All the February 6, 2025 Budget Workshop Agenda Workshop Number 2 to order. Let the record show that all board members, along with superintendent and our clerk, are present. Would like to get agenda approval motion, please, this morning.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the agenda.
And may I have a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second.
All right, let's move on then. First thing, let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. All right, now let's roll on. Welcome. It's raining outside, in case you slept through that. And the thunder, and all the other excitement, and the wet roads, and the water buildup, and the accidents going east on 60 this morning, and it's rough out there. So if you're listening to this cast, everybody be safe. And welcome to all staff members this morning. We will start with our opening remarks by board members and our superintendent. Mrs. Hurt.
Good morning, and we're, I think, doing a great job going through here very efficiently, reminding ourselves of our fiscal responsibility to the taxpayers of Powhatan County, because it's all over 30,000 people in Powhatan County, so we are responsible for a lot of people's money, and we've got to be good stewards of that money, and I think we're on the road.
Good morning. I don't have anything. Thank you.
Good. Okay, sorry.
I don't have any comments either this morning other than ready to get started.
All right, and Mrs. Ward.
Good morning. I'd just like to welcome everyone and glad that everyone made it here safely. I'm also looking forward to getting through this day, and I'm very pleased with all of the input that we've been given and shared with so far. As Mrs. Hurt spoke, we are doing our due diligence to be fiscally responsible, so I appreciate the process and the opportunity to do this.
All right. Dr. Tigan.
Just want to thank staff again for being here today and for all their the preparation work that went into being ready to present your budgets today. So thank you all so much, and excited to share what their plans are as they think forward to 25-26 school year.
All right. And as we move along, go to review of the division level special education budget and line item. Dr. Prince, I see you're already in your seat this morning. Tab 8. So we're behind tab 8 and on to special ed.
School board and superintendent.
Is everybody in place? Got the right spot? We don't have a way to hook that one up down there, do we? That extra mic.
Testing.
Perfect.
Okay.
Good morning. We will start with the special education budget. And to just give an overview of the special education budget, our lead teachers, as well as our related service providers and my department, we work together to look at the budget and the supports that are needed for this school year. Principals have already submitted or summarized their school budgets based off of their needs for students individually in their requisitions. In our December 1 count, we had 604 students that we are serving for this school year, which is down by about 14 students from last year. But I want to make sure that we are all aware that we are noticing services of students and their needs are increasing, and it's starting at the preschool level. So we are having more students that we are going through the eligibility process. in order to serve them appropriately. And we definitely want to get them early, so it's important that we reach out to our community and make sure we go through the child find process to ensure that they are being served adequately. We are currently servicing 28 students in our private day, and those services are funded through CSA. However, we have to provide transportation. So you will notice this year our transportation budget amount is going up because we are having to transport them to and from their private day. The PCPS special education budget is also funded through our 611 and 619 grant funds, as well as local funding. We have intensive support services that help to support our new position that was placed in our budget, which was assistant director, which is also being funded again as a resource. This year's budget increase for special education is approximately $18,000 to support professional development and our staff, as well as additional funding for in-county travel. So that is the extent of the increase in our budget. I'm happy to go line by line if that is what you're requesting, but there are roughly 2 lines that have increased for this year. I would like to acknowledge the fact, which we're all aware of, legal services going up and us trying to get a handle on that. But you will notice that that is a line item that has increased, that we need to ensure that we support that.
All right, do we have questions? Mrs. Ward?
Dr. Prince, thank you so much for this breakdown on the presentation here. And I also want to thank you for working on your committee for the year, and you're doing a great job. And I really appreciate the fact that we are striking at a younger age to identify those that might need needs, learning through special ed, because this is a great need for our division and where we do have a lot of expenses. I completely agree that the earlier we can identify them, to give them that assistance and aid, we may get them to a point where they no longer need those services throughout their, education years. So basically, I don't have any questions. I just wanted to give you a public thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Taylor?
Dr. Prince, the only question I would have is, you said legal fees services are going up. Is you talking about totally? Because your line item's the same, but the school boards went up.
Yes, so again.
Significant. So total.
Yeah, just wanting to look at the history.
Yeah.
Of our legal services and be able to at least be transparent, knowing that that line item is a large line item. And previously, 5 years ago, that wasn't a line item that was large.
Yes. Okay. I just want to make sure I was correctly reading
Yes,
and
that is
understanding.
correct. That is correct.
Okay, I guess I should be last. Go ahead, Ms. Wade.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Hurt?
Well, good morning, and thank you so much. And I'm all about professional development, and I hope that you can be honest. Do you have enough in the budget to do the professional development that you need to make sure that we don't slip up and have a legal issue because someone didn't quite have the training they needed?
So I do think this will support the budget going into next year, working with the instruction team. The instruction team will have a budget that will support instruction in the classroom. And our support will be specifically for specially designed instruction, as well as support for behaviors in the classroom. So this budget that's presented should be able to support next year's goals.
Okay, because I'm all about professional development. And regarding the legal fees, and I know that you've worked on trying to aid parents so they didn't feel the need to rush out from someone outside of the school. Do you feel like you have enough resources that parents won't rush to do due processes and whatever and run up huge legal bills? That do you feel that you have an adequate network within the school that you can help these parents understand the process and get their answers and so forth? Because I'm sure when you find out your child has an issue that it's very upsetting to a parent.
Absolutely. I will say that our staff are very astute to any parent concern or complaint. They reach back out to parents, and let them know the chain of command if they have questions. We also have our parent liaison that's available to answer any questions and direct them to the resources that are needed. We are also working with PCPS, which is an organization that can provide supports, as well as going through mediation first to talk about the concerns that parents have, addressing those concerns, offering support as much as possible, because we never want to be involved in any legal cases that we can resolve at the division level. So again, reaching out to their lead teachers, reaching out to their teachers for concerns, also reaching out to the principals and just following the chain of command. And if they would prefer to speak to me directly, I'm always willing and able to speak to parents.
And I know VDOE has a new policy that within regions, they have some contact for parent, but I think it's only 5 of those positions. And I don't know if you're very familiar with that network thing they set up. I don't know how efficient that is, or parents are comfortable to use it. I know people at VDOE think it works great, but I think it's better to come from like you, that parents will feel much more comfortable knowing that an expert that's been in the field a long time is helping their child.
I would agree. So there is a parent ombudsman also at the VDOE level.
Okay.
And more often, they will redirect parents to speak to the division directly, because we know our resources. We know what we're able to provide.
Right.
So we always encourage them to definitely reach out to staff in the division first. But if they choose to go to the ombudsman VDOE level, we welcome that information that's provided to VDOE.
I just want to stay away from outside people as much as possible for obvious reasons. And I'm glad to hear that you've added, and you've done a good job of trying to help parents feel comfortable. So thank you so much. I think that's
You're welcome. Thank you for your
big
support.
step in the right direction. Thanks.
I want to understand part of it. So you're part of transporting kids to private day placement. Is that in your budget, or is that under transportation?
transportation.
So that's specifically line item that this is it's marked for special education, okay. About how many referrals have you had this year, do you know?
I would have to look at it. I will say that there are certain schools that have an increase in the eligibility process. Again, depending on their preschool services that are in those buildings, would also sort of outline where those services are being warranted.
Okay, is this for more full classroom overall IEPs, the full education plan, or are we still getting a lot of speech referrals? And
Our speech referrals are going up. However, we've been able to accommodate that with adding a speech position that was placed in the budget to be able to service those contracts.
okay,
We are seeing an uptick in, again, our preschool services, and it's not just speech. It is full services, behavior, as well as some other concerns that we're seeing.
okay. How many due processes have we been involved in this year?
I would say one that did not proceed to a due process hearing. So the process itself, one.
How many went to hearings? How many went to hearings, due processes?
If we're including the summer, one. We're including the summer of 2024 that led into
Yes.
the beginning of the school year, one.
One,
Yes.
okay. All right, I think that takes care of it. Thank you, ma'am.
Mrs. Chair, Madam Chair. Oh. That actually led to me to have another thought process. Would it be helpful in regards to our student services division that we have, for those that feel like they are gearing towards a due process, would it be helpful to have another mediation as far as, a board member representing, being a part of? Because of course, unfortunately, we do hear, a lot of complaints, concerns from citizens and community that reach out to us as a board. So maybe that's something that, we can discuss in the future, that could be a part of, that last step before they go to final legal action. Sometimes people feel a little more satisfied if they feel like they've gotten, you know, the attention of the complete board. So maybe we can help do that, because again, that's my goal too, is to negate as much of this legal cost that we can. So we have to be fiscally responsible.
So as a part of due process, mediation is first recommended. I feel like the board needs to be very careful in being involved in due process from the initial standpoint, because there are procedures and policies that go along with who's involved in it. You have to be familiar with the student. You have to be familiar with the full background and scope, and becoming involved potentially could put the board at jeopardy. So I'd be happy to go over that process with the board and to talk more about it and who's involved in the process. But we have to make sure that we include those that are a part of the regulations in that process. But definitely welcome sitting down with each of you to discuss that. And knowing the parents' rights as well as the division rights and who serves as the LEA to represent.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prince. That was great information. Yes, Dr. Taylor?
Dr. Prince, this current budget year, you asked for $4,000 for instructional materials. Can you remind us what was purchased? Because you're not asking for anything for this year, so I'm just curious what that was. It's been a whole year since we looked at this.
Yes. So for instructional budget, typically at the division level, there are very few things that I am required or even asked to purchase. We have incorporated that in the school line item budget. So any budgetary requests that the principals would need for their special education department have now been placed within the division. So
coming
there
through
is no need
instruction.
for me to put it at the division level.
What was it though? It was 4,000 this current year over 386 the year before.
So
Is it a new curriculum?
I would have to look back at.
It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
I was
To
just
look
curious.
back at
The
that.
big jump and then to see nothing, that's what triggered a
Yes.
thought.
And I'm happy to look into that if you want me to research it and get it back to you. Okay.
But new materials were bought for the special ed students
Yeah,
in the
so we had
reading area.
Spire as a part of our new curriculum and intervention for our students that was included with instruction purchases.
And who purchased? Where did that money?
Through our instruction budget, I am not sure if it was, but I'm happy to look.
I'm thinking it was two.
I know that we combined funds to ensure that we were able to support that.
Right, I think
I
so.
think some of the funds came from, I believe, All In.
Turn your-
All In
turn your-
funds. I'm sorry, All In funds.
Okay,
I'll be sure to check it. I know we did not separate it by sped, but instruction was instruction.
good. Ms. Stewart, do you have something?
I was just gonna say, she is correct, the all funds did help with purchasing intervention materials, and they're used based on needs, not specific to any group of students. And from the needs.
All right, thank you. Teamwork, thank you very much.
I want to add one thing. In our budget process, Dr. Prince did ask for a couple of extra things, extra budget requests. They are all position-driven, so you don't see them in her line item budget, but we asked to increase a SPED, assistive technology teacher, from 10 months to 11 months, because she worked in the summer anyway. Tell me. And then we asked for a psychologist intern program, because according to Dr. Prince's notes, the National Association of School Psychologists recommend a ratio of 1 school psychologist per 500 students. In Powhatan, we have 3 school psychologists to cover 4,076 students, which is an average of 1 school psychologist per 1,360 students. So we want to implement an intern program to help offset some of those ratios. And it's better if we can train some people that are.
And the cost of an intern is about half of what the cost of a psychologist is. And then you hope that they enjoy their work here and then maybe will stay with us.
And who would be in charge of that group?
So our school psychologist would be in charge that. Actually, one of our school psychologists was hired based off of being an intern. And we are pleased that she's been with us for many years. So this would definitely help. It would provide support for our building level principals to be able to have an additional hand in the testing and working with students.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Howard.
that one psychologist, get the right terminology, per 500 students, was that a mandate? I thought I read that somewhere that we really are supposed to have that. Or was that a suggestion?
It's a recommendation. We are currently in line with what we are required to
Okay.
have. However, additionally, the supports, and you all are fully aware of the student supports that are needed more now than ever. This would definitely help to provide supports at the schools.
But do we maybe, don't want to add to the budget, but should we have a full position in this budget this time? Is
Sure,
my
that would be
question.
lovely and
This is,
welcomed.
essentially, this is a full position, but at a reduced,
Well,
because they need to be working supervised by a licensed psychologist.
So how many would be in the program, would you take in the program?
It would be one, right now, we're asking for one.
You're just
person.
asking for one.
That is correct.
so that brings us up to a total of 4,
That is correct.
and we have approximately 3,000 students, so we really should have
We have
6.
Closer to 4,000
I mean, that's what I meant to say, 4. My math is more right. We should have 8. So we're half the number.
So would it be advisable then to put in 2 interns? if
That's
we
what
could
I'm
get them?
thinking, Mrs. Smith.
And I don't know if Dr. Prince knows, it's been a while since I've worked with an intern, but there's a limit to, you've got to have people that are
Because it's a
qualified.
precept kind of thing.
So I
That
don't
is
know that
correct.
we
they
could
will
have
not be able to
2.
do the full of what a school psychologist would do, but they will be able to offer services for students as well as under the direction of one of the school psychologists. So there are certain things that they will be able to do once they complete their program.
So how much does a full-fledged psychologist cost us?
I would have to look in.
you just give me a ballpark.
Maybe HR can give us that, but I don't want to throw out a number.
I know.
being
Dr.
sure
Prince,
that-
one of the, I think because you were chatting that you missed the first part of the conversation before the question, was how many, like, could we have an additional
Intern.
intern?
Okay.
Or what's the requirement? Siri says we just have to ask.
So I would say 2 interns would be the cost of a full
Of a full
intern
one.
to be able to support. It would be great if we could have.
Do we have the people to supervise?
We do. So
Okay,
all
so
3
that's-
of our school
Okay, I
psychologists.
want to add a
ultimate
second
question.
intern.
I think that's a
Madam
great
Chair, I'd
idea.
like to
Because it
chime in
was,
on that.
it does, we're looking and focusing in on the needs of our system. And if this is a need, we can't know that it's a need and not act on it.
Exactly.
So I think this needs to be, at least the 2 intern positions be put out there, and this be incorporated in your budget. If that's the will of the board, let me back up and say, is everyone in agreement to that?
Yes, for me.
Wait a minute. Yes, yes. Could get a head nod.
Well, I mean, for a work-light budget, I sympathize with the need, but what are you going to cut? That's just the question. What do you cut in the proposed in order to make this a position that's
How
possible?
about football? No, I'm just kidding.
No,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
that's cutting out apples and oranges. We need to, I think we'd have to look very carefully at it.
I'm just cautioning us, rather than saying, yes, we're going to do it, we have to go and look
I agree.
through the rest of the budget and to see if it's feasible, number one, to ask for a second position, and then if so, is there the need to cut something else that's been asked? Because there's other requests being asked from other departments, so
Exactly.
that's why I'm just saying, hey, let's pump the brakes just a little bit and get the fuller picture before we say absolutely.
Madam-
I would be in favor of saying,
Yes.
let's look at it,
Let's look at it.
rather than saying, yes, we're going to do it, let's put it in the budget no matter what.
Madam Chair,
Wait a minute. Mrs. Ward needs to throw her thoughts in on the
Yes, Madam Chair and Dr. Prince and the rest of the board, I would also like to consider having an additional psychology intern. I think that would serve a lot of needs. Number one, we could probably have one for each school in theory. And also, I think if maybe we had enough of this youth psychologists available, that could help a lot on our behavior issues and also our SPED education issues to help avoid some of our legal costs to keep us out of due process. And that we can cut back on legal fees because we're providing what we actually need therapeutically prior to the reactive situation of the parent and the child later down the road.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Hart.
I totally agree. And we got to remember that our responsibility is first to the student, and we may have to look to cut something else, but I think we need to meet the students' needs. When we don't meet the students' needs, or the parents perceive we're not meeting the students' needs, that's when things get off the track and it starts costing us a ton of money. So, that's always been my concern, is meeting the students' needs in whatever capacity it is. And I did forget to ask about, do we have enough people for speech now, you think, with the contract services?
So we no longer have contract services.
Okay.
We have been able to hire
Okay.
2 new speech therapists, and
Wow.
actually they are homegrown. They are Powhatan County Public School students that have since graduated, and they are doing an awesome job. So we are
So
pleased
you
to have
feel
them.
the speech is
We
being
do.
covered adequately?
Yes.
Wow, good job. That's really good.
All right, so I think where we're looking at then, this is, we are in favor of adding it if the budget allows it.
Find room.
If we can find room in our budget. So then we'll pencil it in, so to speak, and we'll see where
So noted.
that we
I think
can
we've all noted it.
move forward with it, hopefully. All right, is that everybody in agreement with that? Penciling it in our budget? Yes?
How much money was that intern position, so I can,
19.7 with the benefits.
$19,700?
I think that dollar amount is very reasonable if it can help offset some of the, as I said, the triggered reactions of some of our behavioral issues that can help us out of the financial burden of legal expenses later. So thank you for that dollar amount.
Let's move on then to any other questions before Dr. Prince takes her book and
Thank you, Dr.
moves on.
Prince.
Thank you. All right, let's see. Next up is our review of health budget and line items. Ms. Matheny.
Yes.
Psychologist. Not a psychiatrist, so. I don't know, you have to ask that question. Good. When you're ready.
Good morning. I'm going to go over the line items that have increased. So we're going to start with the counseling, so the second one down, division-wide counseling. We have increased instructional materials by $3,600. This is to support the new counselors that we hope to be coming in. The reason for that is to increase our mental health supports, career and technology education, building closer relationships. So that money would go towards their desks, getting them the materials, everything that they would need to be successful in that area. In our homebound area, we increased, it looks like we increased the travel and local mileage. However, there's not an increase, but it had been coded under an incorrect budget code. So if you see, it was with the travel conference, it should have been local. So it's not an increase, it's just in a different item. For our attendance services, there's an increase for materials and supplies by 1,800. This is to support the program management position. This position would oversee and help coordinate programs such as homebound, homeschool, support the administration part of our attendance data, our alternative. Oh, is it not working? Sorry.
Maybe if you could just move the mic closer. We're having difficulty hearing you.
All right. Is that better? Is that working? No.
Actually, no.
They need to be turned up a little bit.
Testing.
Am I just not? Hello. Is that better? Okay. I apologize.
Then they turned it back.
All right, so I apologize. I was in the attendance services. So we increased it for materials and supplies, and this would be to support the program management position. This position is going to kind of help coordinate and oversee the programs such as homebound, homeschool, the administrative side of our alternative education program, help with attendance data, possibly grant writing, spending. So just kind of overseeing a lot of the programs that we have in student services. For nursing and health services, there was an increase also for materials and supplies. This would also help support a new clinic assistant at the high school. Again, it would be for her uniforms, any kind of desks or things we would need and supplies to make sure that she is also starts successful. This position is asking to be added to be helpful for student record keeping, being proactive and calling for notifications. As the kids every year they have to update if they have medical alerts. So this would be helpful for the current high school nurse to help her keep up with our student records piece and other areas. The next area we had an increase is our alternative education. We have actually added a new line item, which is additional supplies for a new alternative education program. I do have, I'm not sure if these are in your packets, a little summary of what the new program would look like. The $25,000 increase for this would just be for, again, their supplies to get them started, their furniture, their classroom materials, and other areas.
Where would this be located?
Again, this would be at all 5 schools.
At all
it
5
would be
schools.
one class at all 5 schools. And so this executive summary kind of lays out the thoughts, what that would look like to help. The $25,000, it would be the $5,000 for each classroom, which would come out. But this is a little bit about the program. So what the program would look like, each building would have one alternative education classroom. The makeup would be one full-time teacher and one instructional assistant. It would be a small group. It would be an alternative for like suspensions or long-term suspensions. The purpose of it is to promote positive social skills, restorative practices, address challenging behaviors, as well as educate them and getting them hopefully back into their general education classroom. It would not just be for general education students. It would also be possibly for students with disabilities. The referral process we would go through, like student behavior assessment, student plan. So there would be a process to go towards the referral. The disciplinary hearing officer would also be a part of this referral process to see which students would benefit from a program. But it is alternative to try to keep students, in our buildings, but giving them the support that they need to be successful back in with their peers. So with this, we currently at the middle school and high school have 2 positions, so we wouldn't require extra funding for those positions, but there would be 3 additional teaching positions that we would need, and then 5 instructional assistants as well, and 2 behavioral specialists.
What are you looking at as the total number of students that would be in this classroom at one time?
So that's a great question. So the thought, it would be very small. Again, there would be 2 adults in there assisting. So ideally, we would think no more than 4 or 5, so that they could get that support and they would be pushing out. Again, depending on the age. So you're thinking, if they're anywhere from 5 to 12 versus like a 17 or 18-year-old, and also what behaviors we're looking at. There could be a wide reasons that they're in there. So we'd also have to keep an eye on the makeup of the current classroom.
Madam Chair?
Mrs. Hart?
So in the high school and the middle school, because you have 3 teachers, so how will the middle school and high school be staffed? Because obviously, subjects are so more diverse and complicated, I guess, so how would that be staffed for the middle school and the high school?
So currently at the high school, we have the behavior specialist position. And so that position would become the alternative education position.
Okay.
And then at the high school, we currently have the alternative education position. And so, we would just kind of take what that teacher is currently doing and just kind of revamp
And then they
it
would
and
have
make
an
it part.
instructional assistant in there with them.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And then the instructional assistant would help in that classroom, but also the goal is to get the students back integrated in. So she could also go with those students to support the general education teachers in that process, or vice versa.
Transitioning them back in.
Right. Teacher could go into the classroom,
Right.
and the instructional assistant could be with the other students that are in their current classroom.
Well, I pushed for this last year. I think this is critical, that we definitely need it, because the behavior is not improving, and it's a burden on the teachers, and it's very disruptive to the students in the class. And in my district, I have a parent in the elementary school that is just, I hear all the time from them about what's happening in the classroom, and they are not blaming the teacher at all. So there's no reflection on the teacher. And unfortunately, there's some children that probably haven't been taught certain skills in their homes, and we need to do that. Do you think this will assist some with bullying as well, since that seems to be a big problem? I'm always hearing my child's been bullied in
Right.
specific situations.
Again, determining on, the reason that student is in there. A big part of what this teacher would do is social skills, social emotion, trying to teach them how to appropriately interact with their peers or interact with their the adults that are in there. So if that is one of the behaviors that is being seen, then that would be addressed in the
So
classroom.
learning to be a respectful citizen in the classroom.
Yes, ma'am. Mhm.
Madam Chair.
Mrs. Ward?
Ms. Matheny, I think this is a fabulous idea as well. I've been thinking and focusing on this over the last year. What I would also like to see, because I know I work with you on the health and, on our health advisory team as well, I'm supporting this 100%, and hopefully we will be involving the parents as well, because I know a lot of this behavior issue, again, as we're stating, we're going to be teaching them proper conduct to handle themselves in the school environment, also in the world environment, but engaging these parents as
Yes,
well.
Absolutely. That's a great point, making sure they're part of the communications and what we're teaching the kids in that classroom and in the school building to hopefully be being done at home as well to keep the
Right.
consistency.
And
language.
I
Yes.
appreciate that. And I just wanted to, reiterate that, because we can work as hard as, your department can, but if you don't have that support from home, and unfortunately, we have to teach a lot of those skills.
Yes.
I delivered baby for 9 years, and we need to bring back parenting classes. And it's a desperate need. So I'm really pleased to hear that they will be involved in that as well. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Madam Chair?
Wait a minute, my turn. I have an issue with this a little bit, because I think it's a great idea, but how do we keep it from becoming the dumping ground for every kid that just that comes to school and having a good day, and it's an easy place for the teacher to have that kid go?
Correct.
Is there more a process that I'm not understanding to get that kid there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
So there
Talk
we
to
would
me
look.
about that then.
Yes, there we'd be looking a lot of different data points, history. So it would be a process. So again, we would do, a student behavior assessment with them, functional behavior assessment. Sometimes we call them to find out the why or the reason of why we're having these behaviors, and would this classroom be beneficial for that student. So we would also look at, has this child been on a student behavior plan? So it's not just going to be going from A to Z. So we will have had, student success team meetings. We will have had student behavior plans already put in place. So lots of strategies. We're going to do all we can to keep them in their general education classroom. So that it would take a lot of time, a lot of I shouldn't say a lot of time, a lot of strategies, a lot of thought behind what we're doing before this is an option. The other piece of that too is, are they on a safety plan? Do they have the behavior plan? The disciplinary hearing officer would also be involved in this process. It would be a recommendation that he would be making. So right now, Mr. Talley might offer, a long-term suspension. This could be an alternative than child being home on a long-term suspension. And again, to the point of having the parent involved, the parent has to commit to this process and everything that we're teaching the child in there. The other option would be to be the long-term suspension option. So it would definitely be a process that we'd have a lot of people involved in making sure that it is a good fit and the right fit for that student to be in there.
Madam Chair,
I think that's important to be clear on what the program is and how it's going to be put into practice, and that we don't let it become just a dumping ground, an easy drop-off spot for these kids. Yes.
Can I ask a
Dr. Taylor.
follow-up?
Oh, wait a minute, sorry. Wait a minute, hold on. Ms. Hurd.
And that's exactly my point. I would like to see long-term suspensions and even short suspensions, because typically the kids that are suspended are not the best students, and missing any day of school is disruptive to them. And when we have kids suspended, it affects our ADM, right? So that's costing us money. So if we can cut down on the number of suspensions, then we're helping pay for the program and saving the child at the same time. So that's a double win-win. Okay, thank you.
Just a follow-up question. Ms. Smith kind of asked what I was wanting to ask, but I'll tweak it a little bit. So this is more reserved for serious issues or students who are having serious behavioral issues or learning deficiencies or?
Yes. In the aspect of, we have tried many other things before this has become an option. So, when you look at the different tiers, this would be our tier 3, very small number of kids would need to have this kind of support, but they have the ability to get the support and then return back to be successful. So we want to, again, make sure the kids that are in there are kids that are going to benefit from the program, have the support
Yeah.
they need.
So this is not an alternative to a 2-day suspension?
No, sir.
Okay, that's what I kind of piggyback on what her question was. I don't think any of us wanted this to become a dumping ground for.
Correct. Yes. No, it
Hard.
would very much be possibly an alternative for if it was a situation they were going into a long-term suspension, that they could still come in, get the skills they need, continue being educated, and then transition them in.
Okay.
If there's ever a time that there's 0 occupants to this, what would that teacher and instructional assistant be doing?
That's a great question. So the teachers that we'd be hiring, or we would be looking to hire, obviously have an educational background, and we would love for them to have some behavioral management background too. So we'd be pushing them out into the buildings to support teachers. So again, this is, would be a tier 3. We know there's still students in the classrooms that need that extra support. So they could go in and almost be coaching. They could do some modeling for teachers just to help them with their classroom management. They could support. So there's plenty of areas that we could push them out into the buildings to support. So they would always be working with either teachers or other students in the same aspect.
And following up on students that they had released from the
Yes.
program possibly and checking on them
Absolutely.
as well? Okay,
Or maybe even observing some and giving feedback to try to help kind of prevent them getting there. Yeah, we
Just
could
slow.
definitely, they would definitely be out in the buildings.
okay, all right. Any other questions? Okay, keep going.
All right, and then the last area of increase for us was security services. The supplies increased to 15,000. This is to to include the funding for the Smart Pass. It's Smart. It is, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. In here it says Class Pass, but it's actually Smart Pass is the name of it.
Could you explain that for them, please?
I apologize. I will do my best to explain that. So we're looking at it. So it's like a hall pass basically, but it's an electronic version of the Smart Pass to kind of help monitor and track where the kids are. And
And I can provide a little bit more
thank you.
context.
Sorry, I wasn't a
know.
part of that piece of it.
I don't know, day 3 in the job, you're doing great.
Well, thank you.
The Smart Pass is like, it is an electronic like hall pass where students can sign out of classrooms, but it allows administrators to put in guardrails, like if 2 students are not to be out at the same time, it won't allow them to each both have a pass. When the first one gets a pass, the other one's little thing will turn red saying not yet. Until it turns green, they can't leave the room. And I think the data that it can provide as far as, knowing who's out of the classroom for extended times, how often are they out, who is their teacher? Is it more of a teacher or instructional issue, or is it more of a student issue? And, so it helps with the monitoring, and, the data tells the story of how to better resolve some of the issues I think we're seeing in our schools. Especially the high school.
So start targeting something that's going to be a new program for the whole building.
Yes, it would be for every classroom teacher would have access to it, and students would just, sign in and out electronically, so it tracks their. No, it would be just the high school and the middle school, just the secondary schools. The elementary schools tend to do bathrooms a little differently between having them in the classroom and going down as a class as they get older.
And what would they use? Like, if I was a student, I had to go to the I'd have to take my cell phone out, or is that something that they do?
No, it's their computer.
Their computer. Okay, that's that.
So it does not,
Thank you.
we're not encouraging the use of cell phones. Thank you.
Good question. Good question, Ms. Wood. Well, yeah. Okay.
Madam Chair, I
Any
have.
other questions? Ms.
Yes,
Wood?
yes, ma'am. Ms. Matheny, going back and looking at, I want to make sure I'm lining my little line across, print's tiny, but we have clinic medical orthopedic supplies at 19,000. Is that correct, or was that the total for the whole column? I'm trying to line it up. It looks like
Yeah.
it should be last year, there was 19,000.
Okay.
The year prior, it was 9,000.
Yes, I apologize. Last year, it was,
23 we spent 18,000, but we spent it under supplies, and it should have been under medical supplies. If you look at where they spent it before, it was in the wrong place.
Okay,
We're just moving it down to the right budget.
okay. And so for those, when it says clinical, medical, the orthopedic supplies, is that like splints and
yes.
ace bandages, those
Yep,
types
it's
of things?
All supplies, anything that would be in any of our 5 schools, and it supports all 5 schools.
Okay,
So yes, I think
Okay.
anything from Band-Aids to splints or anything that they need.
okay,
Ice packs, all of
very good.
Thermometers,
thermometers.
all of that.
Sure, yes, ma'am.
We're not doing any stitching,
Thank you.
stitching up in our clinics yet, are we?
No.
Okay, good. All right. Keep going. Are you done?
That's it. I'm done.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Matheny? Ms. Hurt? Yes, no?
No, I'm You're doing a great job, and thank you so much. You've
Thank you.
blown quickly.
Thank you.
Do you have any, Dr. Taylor? Ms. Ward, any other comments?
This time.
Thank you, Ms. Matheny.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You did fine. We're glad to have you. Thank you very much. That's my phone. That's my phone. That's my.
This is gonna get louder, right?
Stop. It is. Put it on airplane mode, quick.
Hi, how are y'all?
How are you this morning?
We survived the torrential rain during our drop-off this morning, and the lightning strikes. So we're doing well over at the middle school.
Our little rolls of thunder. Does that look like the sun coming out there?
Oh, it's great driving over right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, sun's coming out. We just need it to be good from 7:35 to 7:50, and then it'll be great.
Okay.
Yeah, Miss Jarman says 2:30, but if it's raining, and it gets the kids on the buses quicker.
Rain's okay then.
We wouldn't want them to melt. Trying to get on the bus.
So all right, on to the middle school budget. Are you?
That's where we need
Sure,
to go.
everybody
Yes.
is- Can't remember the number. 8.
I think everyone's good.
No, just my fingers don't
You're
want to.
getting there.
My fingers don't want to. Right now. One more.
I think you're there.
I think
right now.
I'm think I'm there. Maybe. Middle school, yes.
There we go. All right, well, I'll just kind of highlight a little bit of our budget process and kind of what we do at the middle school. I do want to thank our chief of schools, Ms. Jarman, for helping guide me through a bit. My first go around with doing a budget like this. But we kind of began in November. We talked with our leadership team. We put our mind kind of what our budget this is. I would really like for our teachers to ask what they want for, not what they think they're going to get, and then we'll put our budget together, because if we can fill all of their needs, we really want to do that. The department chairs meet with their departments. They ask for things that are instructional needs, maybe software needs, travel or conferences, membership dues, any new fixtures and furniture items, and then we allocate that based on our budget and put it together. The departments give justifications for what they need with a focus on instructional needs, and then the bookkeeper and I met towards later in December, and then we review the budgets, make sure it aligns with what we can support. And so I'm going to highlight some of the key changes and maybe some updates or additions, and just stop me if you have any questions, and then we'll go along. You'll see up at the top under purchase services athletics, a large increase to $12,000, and that's to account for our girls soccer team and the expenses, the startup costs associated with that, uniforms, equipment, things of that nature. The second thing that I'd highlight in the next subcategory is travel and conference for regular instruction. I see a significant increase in that, and that was really based on our teacher requests. We do have lots of newer teachers in the building that want to join either associations to get professional development or to receive newsletters, and so we were able to fulfill those requests. We're really excited. We talked about that in our leadership committee of like how we can support you, and part of that is with professional development. And some of our newer teachers are a little more eager to go to professional development and attend conferences, and so we're excited to support them in that endeavor. Going down to the next subcategory, where you see like fixture and furniture, okay, which is underneath supplies and materials. I just want to highlight that our fixture and furniture went down a lot. This is really based on, again, teacher requests. Last year, we were able to, I don't know if you remember, Ms. Jarman brought forth that proposal to increase or to add a bunch of kidney-shaped tables that are whiteboards on the top, and the kids can write on them in the math classes. And so we were able to satisfy that with our math department. And so that was the reason why that was a significant increase. It's still much larger than in previous years, but we're not at that level of last year. All right. The next thing that I'll highlight is instructional supplies for vocational instruction. Those are mostly our CTE classroom. And you'll see an increase in that as well. Most of that increase would be due to inflation, cost of goods. Some individual classes went up and down depending on the nature of the classes. But cost of materials, food items, wood, and so our teachers asked to budget accordingly. And so we asked them to give a little, make sure we're budgeting accordingly, and we were able to meet their requests there. All right, nothing much new on the rest of that first page. Going to the second page, in the technology category, that's then the last one. One on the top is Office of the Principal, and then the technology category. Let's see a couple changes. Money was moved from instructional supplies to technology supplies. We wanted to make sure we're showing a distinction between items like bulbs for projectors versus consumables for students. In addition, we're anticipating some technology equipment replacement or additions in that hardware category, and so we wanted to have a line item for this upcoming school year for that. And then I just want to highlight too, you'll notice software for vocational ed was zeroed out. And this was, we had teachers that had a larger request last year that ended up not purchasing the software, which is totally fine. I kind of have a hands-on experience in our vocational ed as well. And so we double-checked with our teachers to make sure that this was budgeted appropriately. And they verified that, and that's why you see it reflected there in the budget. And so those are all my highlights, I guess. And if you have any questions for me, and you'll see at the very end the increase, the overall increase of the budget is because they were including the girls upstart of the girls soccer team into our budget. Any questions?
Madam Chair.
All right, Ms. Hurt.
This is very reasonable ask, everything here from the middle school. I just ran the math with 944 students in the school. You're asking for like less than $152 a student. I'm a money data person. So I think this is a very reasonable ask for everything you have here for the middle school.
Thank you.
Ms. Wade. Anything?
Oh, no, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Dr. Taylor?
Well, it's definitely zero base, and the only addition that's bumping it up is the soccer's, which I think we're all excited about that being implemented. What is the furniture? Well, the $4,000 is instructional, regular instruction. What's that for?
So
I know last year was for those little tabletops. What are we buying this year?
It's for some of our like some addition, like so some of our some of our non-math colleagues saw those tables, and so some have requested some of them. And also in our in our PE class, in our gym, excuse me, they would like they don't have a projecting screen that can pull all the way down. And there's a time sometimes for that to be needed. Sometimes we may have assemblies in there too. Those are be the two bigger costs, I would say. Also, some like the casts in our agri science class, those desks are on wheels too, and some of those to fix some of those.
You can do all that for $4,000? I would think the
Yeah.
projector itself would get close to that. That's
Well, so this is a screen.
That's a screen.
So we can over a projector, yes. Yes,
Okay.
if it was a projector, it would probably double.
Yeah.
But we would probably use a projector that can roll in on a cart. So yeah, next year we can hang one from the rafter and put up. That would
Well,
probably
when
be
you
pretty
said that, I was
expensive.
envisioning something on the wall, and
Yes, no, I
then
understand.
you'd have to have a long throw, and you're talking a lot of
That would be
dollars
pretty
with a lens
expensive.
like that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. In your supplies and materials, where you are putting in for instructional supplies, sped instruction, which was 6,000, and you're increasing that to 6,500, and then, so answer that one first. What's different there? Because this is new materials.
Some of it's new materials. We're updating some of our in our special ed classrooms in our reading instruction. We have a new program at the middle school called Spire. We used to do Orton Gillingham, and so we have to have updated materials for the students. That's probably the biggest reason for that $500 increase, to make sure we have that. That's one teacher teaches that to probably about 40 to 50 students throughout the 7 periods of the day. And so having materials on hand for the typically 3 different levels of classes that we have that would probably be the reason for that increase of that.
Okay, my next question is, but then you, down below, under gifted instruction, you reduced their budget, which is already pretty slim.
Yes, that's been her typical budget. And so you can see over the course of the last 3 to 5 years, it's kind of been up and down. When we went back, and so to my understanding, that was her request. Not my understanding. That was her request this year. Was just a flat $3,000. And so we're happy to talk back with her to make sure. And I followed up with all of our departments and, hey, this is what your request. We're able to meet your request. If you have any other follow-ups, to let me know. But that was her request, and we're able to satisfy.
I'm not trying to put you in the hot seat. I
You're
really
fine,
am
Ms.
not.
Smith.
But I serve on that advisory council or committee, and that surprises me that we aren't asking for a little bit more because we wanted to do a little bit more. Ms. Stewart, I'm looking in your direction back there.
She's got some in her budget.
Yeah.
So are we making sure we are going to be able to cover the needs of our gifted students? I guess is my question.
Yeah, and if there's any specific follow-up, or if you want to talk with Ms. Haskins and I about making sure that we are able to sufficiently meet the needs of our gifted students, we're more than happy to do so.
Okay. I may be calling you. I probably will be calling you. Okay. I guess I'm good. Anyone else with questions? Okay,
All right,
we're
thank
good
you.
here. Yes. And welcome, Mr. Eanes, to Powhatan. Ennis, sorry.
Can we take a 10-minute
Okay,
schedule?
it says lunch. We're ahead of schedule. Are you going by the time or are you going by the list?
That's the break on the list.
I know. Okay. Here we go. All right. There's been a request. It is now 10:06. Let's take a 10-minute break. Come back at 10:16. Sumner's not here. And we are going to division level instruction and instructional technology budgets and line items. Dr. Stewart.
First is right after the finance page. Across the page, we're gonna hold the page number and taxes and all kinds of stuff.
Does that mean do we go forward or,
Going backward.
or,
I think
Now
you're,
go towards the back of it, yes.
yeah. Right after finance.
so here's where all our money's going. I wondered where that big boot was coming. Okay, you start. Are we ready?
Almost, not quite.
You there? I can't get my fingers to work and turn the page either this morning.
Testing. Can you hear me?
It's after finance,
Testing, testing.
after finances and before human resources.
Testing.
Y'all can go ahead, I'll find it.
Okay. So first of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Michelle Martin for being up here so that she could join me in talking through the instructional technology portion after we pick up the general instruction portion. And I wanted to also say that prior to the creation of this budget, while we did use previous amounts for certain things, the instructional specialists were able to really dig into their specific needs within their content areas, and so their input was largely part of what is reflected in the budget as we go through later. So I just wanted to point that out to you. If we start at the very top, I'm just going to highlight again the things that might be changes and some of the reorganization that Debbie Holloway and I worked on to make sure that we are clearly showing where money is going and also so tracking it throughout the year as well. The very beginning pieces, you'll see that we have some of our regional programs, including the Maggie Walker Governor School, the Appomattox Governor School, and Code RVA. There are projected increases in costs for those tuition pieces for students that we are sending there, and so that is reflected in the increase in request for that budget, for that portion. If you move down into the 03-35000, I think that it is a salmon color maybe in your copy. There is an increase in the PD funding there, largely because we believe in investing in our people to make sure that we're moving and building capacity. And so that was one request that was an increase, not a large increase, but some. Having some crowdsourcing for learning outside of the division and bringing it back in is always a good thing to maximize our abilities to meet the needs of our students. There is a change. There is a $60,000 funding amount there that you will see that actually was previously the division-wide paper cost that fell under instruction, and that was moved to a different area. So that's why that is indicated there.
I added that there because I think when Dr. Alejandro did her budget last year, she put it under 090, and it really shouldn't go there. It's not for the instructional specialist. So if you look in the next page, you see where it says Debbie moved on the next page. I added that in there because it used to be under 090, and we didn't want it there. So it's not really,
And just,
it's not really an increase. It's just moving it
Is that all the paper for the year?
for the whole division.
Okay.
and I will say, just remember that all of the movement of money to different places is relating to properly reporting to the VDOE where we're spending our funds as part of the annual school report.
Just gives us a clearer picture, right? specifically.
Yeah, yes.
Yes. All right, the red section has actually been, you'll see that there are no values on the far right-hand side of that column because we have taken that money and divvied it out across specialists, which we'll dig into in just a minute so that we can better track spending and we can be much clearer on what it is we're doing with the funds that we do have. So the first section that you will see, there was really no major increase in the English as a second language, with the exception of a change in the amount for contracted services, which falls under the translation and interpreter components that we have to serve students and their families in that way through various interactions and materials that are shared with them. If you move down to the gifted education section, which is the very last line on the first page and the first few lines on the second page, the increase that is there is due to a change in testing materials that were used. So teachers were trained and, or we will be updating some of the testing materials and providing training for teachers, for the gifted teachers in terms of identifying gifted students and making sure that we are doing that in the most effective manner, excuse me. No change to mentor teacher program money there because there is also funding around mentoring through other sources through HR and other components as well. So that's not the only funding source there. The next section that you'll see with the 0335090.
Angela, can I
Yes,
stop you just
yes,
a minute
yes.
right there in the gifted section? In our books, the 3,000 for the testing services isn't over in the purple. You see that, Debbie?
Yes,
I think it's in the total.
it's because of entries.
Yeah, well, there's part of it that's called counseling services. That's what 61210 on the first page, the very last line on the first page. And it was being charged to staff support, and I think it's more the counseling, we moved it from there to the counseling, function. This testing falls under counseling.
So you, at the bottom of the page, you've got 5,000
Yes,
for the testing.
yes.
And so that's why it's nothing in the purple on the following page, right?
Yes.
Because it's a different budget code.
Okay.
One is student support services and one is counseling services, and I believe testing falls under counseling services more than student support. Because counseling, when you look at the DOE's chart of accounts, anything that's for testing falls under student support 612, not staff support 613. And we had it under 613, and it should be under 612, so it's just a move. On the previous page, on the second page, it's 3,000, but it was under student, staff support, and it should be under counseling. Does that make sense?
Yes and no, but you convinced me that you know what you're doing with it. So I'm going to say I'm good with
Very
it.
top of the second page, you see 3,000.
Yes.
But the code was staff support. The testing is not for staff support, it's for student support.
Got
So
it.
put the 5,000 in the right place.
Okay.
Sorry.
Like I said, you had me. Well, probably. Thank you.
So no change in funding for that program in that area, but just a change in how we report it to the state because of making it more accurate. Is that clear?
For record keeping purposes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And then just if I could add to the mentor teacher piece, it does look very small. And knowing that we have a lot of, incoming teachers every year, we do have funding from the VDOE. I don't know what's going on with my voice today. I'm sorry. Funding for the VDOE, through the VDOE grants per new teachers that are coming in. So there is additional money put in there, but this is a piece from just the instructional side that we can help with to provide support for them. The next section you will notice, as I was saying, the 090 is there's nothing there because this also breaks out into each of the specialist budget for the next year. So I would like to start with the math section, which is just below the green highlighted area on the second page. Increases in that category largely are related to requests for textbook or materials for instruction. And so that is what that large increase is for that component. And we are looking at what we can best get to support the instructional practices in the classroom. Because we know materials are great. We want to make sure the instruction is really good in terms of using all of those pieces and support it by what we have. Social studies, there's really not a large change in there. We do have an addition in the instructional technology section to support some social studies instruction, which we'll talk about in just a minute. But that's really no change in the social studies arena. Science, there are a couple of increased requests. One being that there are some challenges with hiring science teachers who are specialized in some of the areas, particularly at the secondary level, because of some of the very, very targeted instruction that happens with certain areas. And so helping teachers that we do hire, sometimes from career switching positions, to help them have materials that they can use to teach our students is the request that our science specialist has made, to get some sort of textbook or materials to support those teachers so they would have what they need to move forward in instructing in those very specialized areas of science. And then language, and the other piece there too is we do have new standards coming into play, and while we have been working on those, continuing to build out curriculum, curating materials, all of those things for K-12 is a big lift. And so trying to get some, teachers of science that can help to write out our curriculum and work that forward. So there is an increase in curriculum writing funds there. And last but not least, language arts. The increases in this area mostly pertain to middle school intervention programs. We are looking at what we can use. We are using some current intervention materials for middle school intervention, because the reading process is the same no matter when you start reading and where you are in that process. And so using materials that are appropriate for the needs of the students is important, but we are certainly looking for, as per the VDOE approval list for middle school intervention materials, to meet the needs of students for those intervention materials that we don't have yet. And then also, there is an adjustment made for the curriculum writing, because based on implementation, specifically at the elementary level, it's not as much as it was before, but we are definitely wanting to make sure that we are adjusting and utilizing teacher feedback and specialist observations and data that they've collected around student performance to make sure that our literacy instruction is moving and continues to move in the direction that we want it to, and to adjust any pacing or other curriculum materials that we need to make sure that we're meeting the needs of students. So those are largely the big increases across our budgets. Any questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Hurd.
I love textbooks getting back in the classroom, because I have concerns about kids being on computers so much. So first off, with the math books, has VDOE come out with the list of the approved math books yet for their new curriculum?
My understanding is that we are still waiting for the finalized. I know, that's where I am too.
I'm sorry, shaking my head.
We're still waiting on the process, but we have started looking at the list for the companies who have submitted to be considered. So we have started the process of looking across that, actually K-12 for whatever we have up there, in terms of what might be good for supporting our students and the needs that we have in our division.
So, and for the math books, what grade levels are we looking at to get textbooks for? Or as far as the money goes?
As far as we're looking to support the areas that we need, and so that's what we're kind of really looking to see what we get from the VDOE in terms of what is approved. There are definitely opportunities for supporting some alignments in different areas that kind of span across, so like middle school and high school where we have overlapping courses, but we also have some needs. We do have curriculum that's written that we're using for elementary. We are definitely looking at what might best serve the needs that we have in that area as well.
So right now, we don't know exactly what grade levels and what courses.
We are looking to, I'm still inventorying, we're still
Okay.
inventorying exactly where we
What
can
you
best
have.
plug in. Correct, yes.
I'm not crazy about math being taught on a computer. That's just, I like textbooks.
I agree with you. I like manipulatives and hands-on learning, which is
Exactly. You-
really what I would like
Yes.
to focus our time and we have a lot of them in the buildings already to just look at what instruction looks like.
I
And
would
so
like the computers shut and manipulatives and textbooks and kids, and I like the middle school, how they, in the math classrooms, how they, on the tabletops, markers, but
Yes.
paper and pencil is always a good thing for kids to be using.
Yep,
Okay, so-
definitely. Hands-on learning is the goal, right?
Well, and it's
so
a direct
having-
correlation. I mean, I know you all are much more educated educators than I am, but there's a correlation of writing it with your hand to getting it in your brain.
That is
It's-
true. Brain
it-
science proves
Yeah,
that.
that's brain science, and I've been to those seminars, so I'm just saying, I know. So I really, anything we can do to limit the kids' time on the computers. I know we're not doing technology right now, but I would like for it to get to the point that the computers, particularly in lower grades, don't leave the school. That they just, in the classroom for use where appropriate. So that's where I'm coming from. So I'm all about, let's work on getting more textbooks. And I understand it was the craze, everything being on the computer. But we do have the issue, as in Mrs. Ward's district, kids taking computers home. They don't even have, internet accessibility to do that. So I just think that's really important. So I'm really excited. I'm a little frustrated with VDOE that they know everybody's doing their budgets now and they can't even make a decision on that. That's just kooky. So these other textbooks the science textbooks, what grade levels are we looking at? You have science instruction.
Those would mostly be the secondary, like high school
Okay,
courses
so you're
where
talking
it's
like
very
chemistry,
specialized.
physics, biology.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And language arts, so what grade level is that?
That's for the middle school intervention component that we're looking.
Oh, did I miss you saying that? I'm sorry.
That's okay. No.
Okay.
And it's to make sure that we are selecting materials. As I said, the reading process is the same no matter if you start reading at, 3 or 93. You're going to start with the
You
same
got to
process.
go through the process.
Correct. So some of those structured literacy components are covered by Spire that we can use with the upper level kids, the middle school, early middle school.
Right.
When
to catch 'em
appropriate.
up.
Right, when appropriate, but we also have to look at how we can support their comprehension growth, which isn't as much of a focus with Spire, and so trying to figure out what the best
So
materials
that's the
are.
language, okay.
Yes, ma'am, to support their learning in that way.
So the new reading program that we adopted for this year, the books, how is that? I mean, we bought them, that was great. I think that came from all-in money too. That was really good. Love getting money that's not out. How is that working out? Is that?
We are seeing growth of students moving from high risk to moderate and moderate to low risk or just not needing intervention in that way. We're seeing movement in a positive direction for that, which is good, considering that intervention only started really in October once we
Right.
had everything in place and running. And so if you factor in vacations being out, we're really looking at about 3 months of intervention. And so growth over 3 months of intervention, if we're being very, very basic here, that's good. That's good news. And we certainly have already made plans to start intervention at a much earlier time in the year for the start of the next school year. But continuing on and moving in that direction, we are monitoring it. Our VALS data did show that there is forward movement with
So
the
that-
structured literacy component, or
Right.
the
So
decoding
that-
piece.
Right, exactly. So that, the material we bought was a good choice and the teachers feel comfortable with it. Because I know I looked through all the teachers and, manuals and so forth that went with it. Spent a day doing that, so.
You're talking about the core
Yeah,
reading.
the core reading program that we purchased from, what was that? That was from kindergarten through
The
fifth
inter-reading
grade.
program for K-5.
It was, I can't think of who was
It's
the,
into reading HMH.
yeah, I couldn't think, I should know. I bought chemistry books from them
That's
all
okay.
those
Yeah,
years.
the intervention piece would have started in October. HMH would have started earlier than that. Or
That's
the
what I'm asking.
inter-reading
So that's
program.
working well,
We're
you
seeing
think?
that teachers are saying that yes. I mean, it's doing a much better, much more consistent job with instructing students for specifically those decoding skills and, you know, the structured literacy component that is important for kids to have a
Right.
strong foundation, particularly at the K2 level. But
Yeah, that's where you really
mhm.
need to build that foundation.
Yes. So in tandem, those two things together, it appears that, as I said, the VALS data is showing that those pieces are showing growth.
One last question. I know it's not exactly on your budget. Identifying dyslexic kids. I know we went from PALS to VALS. Is VALS being able to identify in that? Because we want to catch them kindergarten, first grade, second grade. Do you know? I mean, are we?
VALS is targeted at identifying what it is that students know and are able to do in terms of reading, decoding,
Right.
being able to sound out words, know what they are, know what words are, vocabulary, those kinds of things. It's not specifically a dyslexic screener, but what it does do is show us where kids are having trouble, and it immediately gets us to a point where we can put the students into intense interventions, which then would show if we have further testing to do for students.
I just want to make sure, because the research I've done, 1 in 5 kids are dyslexic. Now is what I've read. I don't know how accurate that is, because you can't believe everything you read. But I just want to make sure that we're identifying those. And I know that I also read that like 50% of the prison population in America are dyslexic. So that's why I want to be like, oh my gosh, anything we can do to get these kids identified if that's their problem and intervene. And I hear the SPIRE program works well for dyslexic kids from what I've read and researched. So
It should. I mean, if it's definitely not a, yes, it should, because it helps with decoding and identifying the needs
exactly.
there.
That's what I've read.
Yes.
But I'm not a reading expert, y'all are, but I'm just asking. Okay, thanks a bunch for that
Sure.
information.
Sure.
Mrs. Wade? No questions? Dr. Taylor?
Dr. Stewart, the governor schools and RVA, I know there's an increase there.
Yes.
You're showing a decrease for Maggie Walker. I know that they're asking for $60 per student because they're wanting to go to a one-to-one on computers. And then there's a tuition increase. So how is it going down $360?
The adjustment that is needed isn't in here because we had already put this out.
Okay, so
when we
it's not
found out.
reflecting
It
the
is sitting in a
ask.
little place for me to try to fund after this whole process is done. As we go through this, we've identified some things that maybe can come out and some things have gone in. I'm keeping a separate checklist to be able to balance all that in there. So we had already printed all this and put it in here before we knew about that. So that is, it's not in here right
Do
now.
you know how exactly or roughly how much it is? Because I don't remember off the top of my head.
This is an additional increase per student.
Yes. Is it just Maggie Walker that's not reflected, or is it all 3 schools?
We hadn't heard anything about Appomattox, but we did hear the about $714. I think we figured it was about $714 per student increase for Maggie Walker. Sorry, I had to think about the right one.
Yes.
And I think it's roughly a $300 increase for Code RVA per student, which is 4 students. So $1,200 increase for RVA,
Yeah,
and 714 times 12. It's what,
something.
5,000? What did you say?
Well, there's 12 kids. So
Yes.
12 times that.
Yes.
7,000.
7. Yes, I
Plus
can't do math
another
on the spot when everyone's
students,
staring at me.
$1,000.
Yeah.
Close
So
to
I
tuition.
wasn't crazy. I didn't think that number looked right. Knowing-
Roughly 10,000, maybe.
Okay.
I'll find it for you, Dr. Taylor.
No, as long as you knew about it, that's my point. Because I knew I say we because I'm on that board. I knew there was an increase there, but it wasn't reflected.
Yes, thank you.
And that's the only one not reflected. Code RVA's.
Still looking at that.
Am I understanding correctly? Code RVA's increase isn't reflected in these numbers?
Could RVA's is not.
It's a code and not either. Okay.
But it would be about a $1,200 increase, $300 per student increase.
Up 1,200.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think Debbie was looking up her.
That's like smaller things versus, I don't remember what I called it.
Any other questions? Ms. Ward?
Yes. Dr. Stewart, thank you so much for putting this together. I would also like to thank you for putting in an extra plug for textbooks. I really want to see the textbooks in the classrooms. I would like to ask, though, with the expense of the textbooks, how are we considering keeping them, should I use the word safe? I mean, back in the day, especially at the elementary level and even middle school level, but we used to keep the books, the textbooks in the classrooms, instead of sending them home, having them getting destroyed, having some accountability towards that. Have we been able to think that through?
I mean, we haven't gotten that far yet because we don't even know exactly what it is that we would be pulling, into the division. But I think there's lots of creative ways to work around that, such as, if we were to purchase some sort of textbook that could be class set or shared, maybe reduce the cost a bit, but also make sure that we have access to it if, as needed for teachers. So I think while I don't have a straight answer for you, we definitely can be creative and consider ways to keep all of that safe and protect the funds that are spent.
Sure, great. And I, not expecting you to know that exactly, but to keep that in mind, best way. As I also agree, I really want to gear our youth away from so much of the computer usage. And of course, you'll hear more about that when we get to the technology side.
Right.
How many students do we have in these different schools? So in Maggie Walker, how many students do we have?
12.
At Maggie Walker, we have 12.
And the next one?
Appomattox is
8.
8, and Code RVA is 4.
Okay. All right, thank you, that's all.
Okay. Our ELL students, teachers, and their programs. How are we in meeting the needs as far as our student number versus our teacher ratio in that, and also according to state guidelines?
From as far as having the number of teachers that we need, we definitely, as far as I can tell, we have what we need in terms of the number of teachers for the number of students we have. We have less than 30 students who are being directly served, usually around tiers 1, level 1 or level 2-ish. Students are the ones that are being serviced directly by the teachers. We did readjust the case. It's not really called a caseload, but the load of the teachers to more evenly, what's the word I'm looking for?
Balance.
To more evenly
Balance.
spread, to balance, there you go, that's a better word. To balance the number of students that both of our EL teachers are serving. And so one has a bulk of elementary caseload, and the other has high school, middle school, because it's a smaller amount, and then some elementary to balance out that load so that it's a more even amount of time and work for the teachers with EL students specifically.
And are we reaching the numbers of our students where we will be looking down the road sooner rather than later, to add another EL teacher?
We are definitely monitoring the numbers of students that we have to make sure that we have an adequate amount of support for them. We are not there yet.
Yes, I would just like to say that I have spoken with her, and the work that she does and the passion she has for this is amazing. We are very lucky to have her in this position, and I don't want to overload to where she becomes less effective with our students.
Yes.
So keep us abreast of that number, and
Yes, ma'am.
should it go up, we need to, that's just conversation we need to keep having as board, to know that our numbers of EL students are rising, and that need is right around, on the horizon. I guess is a good way to say it.
Yes.
But our programs and the things that we have that support her in the work that she does, and the gentleman that works with the middle school and the high school, that's also what you feel is sufficient?
There's always something to look for in every area. And actually, just yesterday, we were on a call looking at how some of the materials that actually came with Into Reading can be used, actually are designed for use with some of our L's and ML students. So we are continuing to dig into some of the things that we already have that we can use that may not have been utilized yet, and trying to figure out the best combination of supports for our L's and MLs in the classroom.
I'm glad you brought that up because they used to have it years ago, even in connection to textbooks and things, for support of students with, that had a different language, came here with a different language. Okay. Again, the textbooks for in the areas for the middle school and the high school, I don't know, I think I have mixed feelings about keeping the books in the classroom if a book needs to go home with a kid. Maybe there's a way to copy the page or something, but I would hate for us to restrict our books to say they couldn't go home with a kid if they needed it.
There are I shouldn't say most. In the cases in which I have spoken with some of the curriculum / textbook companies that have been part of any of those conversations, they also typically have a digital component which would be accessible to teachers. So that might be something that we could look into too if we were to purchase something, that we could, like you said, print off something that would be aligned to whatever would be in the physical textbook that matches up with it.
Right. And that would make, just so we have that support, if we decide to try to keep the books in the school, but have a backup plan, because, kids need to be able to take it home, and, some of our parents could be helpful with some of this stuff, maybe. But anyway, I know parents like to say, oh, it's math, I can't do it anymore, but if they really delve into it, it's not quite that scary, I don't think. All right. And for the science, I'm glad to see that is how far has the VDOE gotten in looking at science books?
I haven't heard any information on that one. I've just mostly math and language arts at the moment.
But that is still a possibility going forward, right, or not?
It's a possibility.
Yes. Okay, but we are looking ourselves for.
We're looking to meet the needs that have been identified specifically by our science specialists, in terms of supporting teachers who are experienced in the area, but maybe don't have the materials that they might need for those very targeted, specialized programs or coursework that they might be the only teacher in the division that teaches that particular thing. And so just trying to find some supports for them and materials for them to use to instruct students if, in that situation.
All right, thank you. I hear that explanation. All right, any other questions? All right.
I was going to talk about Maggie Walker and Code RVA. On my list of things that need to be adjusted, we need to add $4,000 for Code RVA and add $8,928 for Maggie Walker. So $12,928 for those two programs.
Give me the code RVA again.
4,000 and Maggie Walker 8928.
Yeah, I got that. But the code RV is straight 4,000? Okay. All right.
Why is Maggie Walker, why is Code RVA going up 15,000 total from last year? That's what's it at 59. It was 44. I know they've been trying to increase their tuition a lot the last couple of years. For 4 students, that seems pretty significant.
I'm not sure what
Do you know, Mrs. Wade? Don't you sit on that
I
board?
have to look it up.
We do, I do.
I don't have my notes with me I know I sent an email about what the increased tuition was.
Yeah.
But one of the
That's where we got it.
One of the things with Code RVA is they have an extremely high percentage of students with disabilities, and that attend the school, which requires additional supports. And because it is a program that is truly interest-based from students in a randomized selection process. So it's a very different school than the other two schools where there's very limited needs for student with disabilities at the other two schools.
I'm not opposed
Not
to it.
that there
I'm just
aren't.
asking the question. I wish
Yeah.
we could send 8 students a year to that school. I wish we could double what we have. So I'm not opposed to it. I'm just curious.
Yeah, but it is that. I mean, they've had additional hires for different teachers to be able to support the case management need as well as the classroom support for students with disabilities.
And I know that we got emails at one time and even had someone speak at our board meetings about increasing the number of positions at Code RVA, but in follow-up, we didn't have the paperwork filed to show the interest, correct?
We have not, I mean, our number of applicants each year is extremely low. We rarely have more, I don't know that we've had more than 5 since I've been here apply, and in some years it's lower than that. It's on the lower side of 5.
Okay. All right.
You ready for instructional technology?
Yes.
Literally right behind human resources. And I am going to invite Michelle Martin to jump in here if there are components that she would like to add in, unless you want to just share it. Go ahead. Okay. Essentially, when you look at the very few lines that she has here for the instructional budget, you will see that specifically the very bottom line, the classroom instruction technology software is large, but a large portion of that is covering some of the administrative tools, such as our the class link, which is the single sign-on option for teachers to go to a place where they can access all of their things like Talent and core curriculum and different pieces like that. Family communication tools such as Messenger, data analysis components, the learning management system, which currently is Schoology, and also the student information system, which is part of PowerSchool. So that is a bulk of the cost of her, about 48% of her budget that is listed in there.
Could I get you to go through that list one more time?
Sure. The student information system, which would be PowerSchool, where we store all the data for students. The LMS, which is the learning management system, which is currently the platform used is Schoology. So that would be the interactive piece, particularly more heavily used at the upper levels. Data ClassLink, which is essentially a one-stop shop for logging into all things teacher-focused in Powhatan. The data analysis component, which would be unified to help us look at our data, the scores, testing, all that kind of thing, to keep track of all of that. And then family communication tools, which would include the Messenger program that we use to send out information and alerts to families. Seven % of that budget is focused on an assessment tool, which currently is a platform called Formative, which allows for assessment and collection of data. 5% of the budget is inclusive of the library system and research tools. Just under 4% of the budget is allotted to platforms that allow us to have content creation tools. So teaching materials, being able to create videos, presentations, students being able to use these things to meet their computer science requirements, but also to have some authentic experiences in creating things for learning. Content-specific learning tools make up about 22%, which would be things such as Newsella, Delta Math, which are some programs that are used as supplemental materials in learning, so making sure that we're supporting areas where we may need additional practice or other things, just in regular core content. And then currently Lexia, which is more heavily used at the elementary level for additional practice, particularly in the areas of comprehension. We are currently paying for that, although I will say that we are hoping, we're investigating, waiting to hear if there might be a possibility of possibly having the state cover that cost and us not having to do that. So we're not sure if we're eligible or if that's even an option, but we are investigating that too, to hopefully, if we can still get the same use of the program that we're using it now, but not have to pay for it, would be a bonus, I think. So we're going to try to see what we can do there. That's about 13%.
Is that through a grant or just the fact that the state will pay for that?
It is one of those things that is on the, that and ZERN are the things that the state was recommending for specific intervention components. It's not required through the all-in program. We do have it. We are using it, as I said, more heavily at the elementary level, some at the middle. But it's something that we might be able to have offered to us for free. I'm not sure what that looks like. We haven't heard anything else. We don't know if we have to apply for it, if you have to already be using it through the state. We don't know that answer yet. I don't know that answer yet. Maybe
Well, I
Dr.
don't know
Tigan
the
does.
answer at this point in time, but initially it was services provided by the VDOE for free. And then there was an issue with services, and we had already started our all-in. And so we were working with the company, and when we ended up getting our license with them, when the VDOE finally figured out what they were doing, they said, well, those of you who went ahead were out, basically left out in the cold, that they weren't paying for ours. When we prioritized getting help to kids per what we felt was the directive of all in. So we have used our all-in money for that. But the question will be if they'll continue it for some divisions and not all, or if all divisions will be able to access it again.
And I think the research that I did, that the Lexia that we're using is more detailed and robust, detailed, I should say, and robust than the freebie giveaway. I want to say the freebie, but you know what I'm.
It is.
Yeah, so that made me feel a little bit better.
Yeah,
States-
that is
states
correct.
sponsored or supported.
I'm saying that Ms. Hurt is correct, and we do know for sure that if we would be able to get Lexia for free, it might come with different, even lesser licensing components than they have currently, which would be probably well below what we have. So, just to be completely clear on that one.
We want to be careful about that.
Yes, we would.
And take it, but Dr. Omahandra explained that to us as well, about what the state was offering and its capabilities, plus versus what we were using and had purchased, and that was much better.
And like I said, my understanding, at least in talking to specialists and some teachers, is that at the elementary level, they like the program. So I wouldn't want to take anything away that they, are finding value in.
Absolutely. All right. Keep an eye out for that. Okay. Anything else? Any
Other questions about instructional technology?
Any other questions? Michelle, we're glad to have you. We didn't give you a chance to speak, but we're glad to have you, and welcome back to Powhatan.
Thank you. Yes, you're done.
Yes, we are. And we're going to go back and catch Dr. Sumner.
I'm going to do Dr. Summer. I know that lunch is here if you want it warm. It's warm, or so I'm not sure what it's hot now, whether it will be.
It's just 11 o'clock.
Yeah, it is early.
So we can ask them.
Are you hungry? To eat it now? There's a microwave down the hall. What is it?
It's pizza and salad. So,
What are you gonna do? Let's stay on task. Let's get through Sumner. Okay. Good. Still morning. Good morning, Dr. Sumner, and welcome.
Good morning, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, members of the board, Dr. Tigan. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to present the Powhatan High School budget. Ms. Bradshaw and Ms. Kimbrough, who are the PHS bookkeepers, and myself work closely with each other to analyze and prepare the budget. The process typically begins in October through December, when we then advance our budget to Ms. Holloway in the Department of Finance. The process begins with discussions with department chairs, a staff survey, data reviews, a comprehensive needs assessment. We also look at previous budget years as well as actual expenditures to determine where we can allocate funds where necessary. This is the third consecutive year where we have not sought to increase our budget, but instead to be able to do some strategic reallocations. A couple of places that I would like to just highlight for you. Vocational instruction purchase services, you'll notice that that's been increased by $2,500. That is for the controlled burn that our firefighting students participate in. The actual expenditures, I believe last year were $4,000. I think we had $1,500 budgeted, so we went ahead and increased that to be able to cover that cost and continue to provide that experience for our students. Also, due to the rising cost of inflation, we've gone through and we've looked at expenditures and where we have resources in terms of overall instructional funds, and tried to make some adjustments accordingly, sometimes up and down, just depending on what the expenditures had been and what the actuals were. Really, there have not been any notable changes with the exception of vocational education, which is a $4,500 increase, and that's really to help cover the cost of materials and things like that, because of course, lumber and electrical and other materials have gone up in cost. So we have seen that increase, and we just want to make sure we're controlling for it. Also, in addition to looking at the previous year's budget, we do take a look at what have we spent at the mid-year point. So we look at it in October, again in November, and then in December before we finalize things and send them forward to the Department of Finance, just to make sure that we are comfortable with where we're at and if we need to look at anything or go back and revisit anything. Capital outlay for regular instruction, this isn't a change, but I do want to just call attention to it. There's a $10,000 line item that's in there, and it's been in there for several years. That is used for band, it's for equipment, and it's to be able to go back and do instruments and repair and things like that. It's something that has been there for a while. We try to support all of our programs, but we wanted to maintain that item because it has been there and it's been used for those purposes. Professional development opportunities, of course, continuing to build our staff capacity and making sure that we're staying relevant and keeping people up to date with best practices. We handle that at the school level on a rotational basis, and we try to make sure that we are accommodating all of our departments. We do try to do a train-the-trainer model so that we will send somebody out to get information and then bring it back to be able to share it with the school or with their individual departments. We're looking at slowly increasing that over time so that we can send more people off to be able to get training, not just within the school division, but also beyond the school division, to be able to see what's happening elsewhere, to bring it back so that we can stay current. And then just a couple of other items. There are some items that appear in our budget that are centralized budget items, so they're not necessarily things that are at the school level. One of those has changed this year. Purchase services for athletics has been brought to the Department of Finance. That covers athletic trainer, officials, typically helmet reconditioning, VHSL membership, things like that. So I know that that's going to be under the Department of Finance now. Instructional supplies for alternative instruction, I believe that that's around $102,000. That has been in there historically, but that's for regional program. I'm sorry, that's for regional alternative programs. My apologies, that's different. The classroom instruction is the $102,000. The other uses, that's for regional programs. But the alternative instruction is also for regional programs. That's
Dr. Summer, flip your mic up. We're losing you.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So just to go back over those couple of items, just to make sure that you heard it. The couple of items that are centralized is the purchase services for athletics, instructional supplies for alternative instruction, which covers regional alternative programs, and then also other uses of funds for classroom instruction. So they're nested in our budget, but they're not really things that we touch or have any involvement with. This just kind of addresses some of the key budget items, and I would be happy to answer any questions or provide any details that you guys might have.
Mrs. Ward, would you like to start?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for coming today, Dr. Sumner. On the line item 6020, the textbooks for regular instruction,
Yes, ma'am.
how does that differ from the textbooks from our other instruction, student services instruction department?
I honestly don't know how to answer that question, ma'am. So we do have the money at the school level, and then we have not, as you can see, the past couple of years, there has not been a lot of expenditures in terms of the actuals. So we did reduce that a little bit this year just to be able to shuffle things around, like I said, to be able to cover some other things. But I don't know how to answer.
And I think some of the funds at the school level for textbooks are when kids cannot get a specific course due to their class scheduling, and they're taking an online course, then we always have to have the book that goes with it. And so there are things that we do purchase. And I know there's also purchases, I believe, for some of the ACA classes as we need new textbooks. And so they're specific to the program in that school. So I believe historically that's what that has been for.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr.
So it's not like you're not ordering a whole set for a specific area. You're really filling in gaps where there, are holes, whether there's 2 more students in ACA this year and now we need 2 more textbooks over what we have, then that would be something that would come from the school level.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No questions? Oh, yours.
I just have a simple question. Dr. Sumner, under the Office of the Principal on the second page, you've got materials and supplies, actuals for 23 were a little over 10,500, went down to 703 last year and then back up to 10,000. What's that for? And
I'm sorry, which line was that again?
Office of the Principal, materials and supplies, 6,000 is the last 4 numbers, but it's 10,000 budgeted for this year and then the upcoming year. But it was 703 just in 24. So what is that
Oh,
for?
I'm sorry, you're down in technology with the materials and supplies.
No, I'm in Office of the Principal.
Okay, 'cause-
Office of the Principal covers this, technology covers that.
yeah, these are.
You're
the numbers
right.
here, but I
That's
think
technology.
right here.
I was under the wrong heading. Either way, it's materials and supplies, 6,000.
Yes, sir, and I know that the technology expenses have been up this year from working with Ms. Bradshaw, and I know that Trevor has requested some additional funding and things like that. I don't know exactly what that has gone to, but they have been some tech needs that they've needed at the building level.
Okay. When I see dips from like a really small number, like 703 a couple years ago to 10,000, are we buying a new piece of software? That's fine.
I can speak to that a little more. At one point, the high school was running the cost for charger replacement, battery packs, things like that for their Chromebooks through their activity funds. We're running it through us now. So that's why you see a change in that, because at one time we weren't seeing it at all. And so the money they were collecting for some of the Chromebooks was staying in-house, and they were buying the stuff through the school activity funds, and we said we didn't want them to do that anymore. We want to be able to see it in our operating budget, so some of that revenue comes into us so that we can buy those through the operating fund.
Okay, so you're making things much more transparent
I'm
and
trying.
and
I'm
orderly.
trying. Baby steps, but yeah,
That's
we're
what I
getting
needed to
there.
hear.
Yes, sir.
I had no doubts, but I just wanted clarity.
Mrs. Wade? Questions? Mrs. Hurt?
I'm good, thank you.
I'm sorry. She's good. You're good? Oh. All right. I have one. Under vocational instruction, textbooks and vocational instruction, we were, back in 2022, we were up at 16,000, and now we are down to 2,500, which sustained us last year, and you see no increase in needs there either, or is that changed as well?
I can explain that as well.
Okay.
Perkins, the grant that we received from the federal government for Perkins, which is voc ed, was coded to regular ed at one time. And I'm sure if we drill down and run some reports on that, some of that is really funded with federal money. In the budget now, we have a separate code for Perkins so that when the revenue and the expenditures match everywhere, and it's part of the federal grants. And it wasn't captured that way before.
Okay,
So again, it's part of the cleanup process.
that's all I need to hear. Cleanup process. Debbie Holloway coming through.
Cleaning services.
I love it. I love it. But it makes it more transparent and it makes it really easier. I'm thinking that people coming in to do the audits would be much happier to see it that way than having to dig and trace code.
It's much better for record.
Better record keeping. All right. Okay. So if we're done with that, then
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Dr. Sumner. Thank you, Ms. Sharman. And
Yeah, I think we used to have 5 kids. Remember when we were proposing going up or something? No, we had 5 kids. Because what happens at the governor's office is when someone moves from like Chesterfield to Powhatan, we have to pick them up and are already full on our spot. Or else we say we're not taking the freshmen. And we didn't want to say we were taking the freshmen, so we were. Yeah, so we had 5 at 11,000, which is why there's 55,000 in there, but we only need 47 too. So that will help cover the Matthew Walker increase. So I just wanted to tell you that. So I'm finding things as we go through this process, which is wonderful.
And so on, when they came in and interviewed for position, it was very upsetting to staff because it was, to them, it was a clear signal of not trusting.
He did you an absolute favor.
I've had other guys over the years tell me that too. I had somebody when I was trying to hire for worship pastor, lived in Raleigh, and didn't want to move here from Raleigh. It's too far.
Then he doesn't want to be in your church because it's a family. You come and join the family. They have no clue.
You got to leave mama at some point.
So we're back in session for part 2 of workshop number 2 and we are on item J, review of technology budget and line items. Ms. Temeka, welcome.
Madam Chair, fellow board
Wait
members.
just a minute.
Hold on, everyone's not ready.
I'm sorry.
It's the next to the last one. The last one's all the way to the back of that section 8. It is, last one's transportation, the next one is, technology.
And page numbers, if possible.
Are we good?
All right, where everybody's there now? Ready, set, go?
Yes.
Ready, set, go? All right.
Madam Chair, fellow board members, and Dr. Tigan, I'd like to start, first of all, by expressing my thanks, one, for having confidence in me and allowing me to come here, but also having been around this business for about 30 years and having been in the director's chair in 4 different districts in 3 different states. I can tell you that this is the first time I've had the opportunity to come before the board and talk about my budget. And that is very refreshing. I think it's good for the entire division and the community as a whole. And so I thank you for that. I'm not sure why you put me at the end. Maybe you're saving the best for last.
Absolutely.
It could be rookie hazing, since you put me after lunch and all the blood has gone to my stomach and I can't think clearly, but I'm not sure. And
Never.
special thanks to my cabinet team that have been so helpful, especially this lady next to me. She's just been fantastic helping me figure things out. I will tell you, I'm going to speak to some things in general before we get into any specific line items. Having had a chance to walk into a number of different school districts and divisions And as a contractor, an IT contractor providing services going into a new client, there's always a huge element of discovery. And outside of being an operational director, wearing multiple hats, it's been a lot of discovery, and that has been a chore. But there are some things that are absolutely glaring, and I don't think Powhatan is different in terms of experiencing some of the issues that I've found that most other divisions or districts don't also have. But there are a few that leap off the page. Going through the hardware budget, all IT directors I think are in a very unique situation because we're at the end of COVID. And the COVID, I mean, there was what, $4 trillion launched out over a period of 3 or 4 years. And just about every district in the nation had to go to one-to-one and online learning overnight, almost literally. And so I'm seeing reflections inside of this as to what many IT directors have called the COVID cliff. We've bought all this tech. What are we going to do when we get to the end of its life cycle? End user devices should essentially be considered as a pair of tires on a car. Every 4 years, you just have to replace them. And that's outside of wear and tear, not even considering security options. So going through some of the line items I found, there's obvious element of let's use COVID funds to try and get things refreshed, try and get things up to date. But looking back, that was 2020, 2021, and on a 4-year rotation, we're well into the end of that. So we've got an element of having to refresh a lot of our end user devices, and you're seeing that, I think, in some of the budget numbers that are there before you. But technology is, as we all know, its tentacles are very reaching, and they go into almost every aspect of what we're doing. Anymore, IT should be considered an infrastructure element, because to get on the internet is almost like turning on the water spigot or plugging into the wall. So we can build a wonderful plan to try and refresh all of our end user devices, but if we're not taking care of the infrastructure to get the traffic to those devices, get everybody out to the web or to the resources we need, we haven't really, it's only half the problem. And then we have to take a look at the element of all of the platforms that we purchase. And I think Dr. Stewart and Michelle, Debbie actually took all of the money for those platforms and moved them over into instruction, which a lot of school districts, school divisions do that. But then you get into the fantastic, ubiquitous, what CNI, I call curriculum instruction, and what technology, they have to work very, very closely together. Because I've seen so many situations where curriculum instruction has found this new wonderful thing, hey, technology, make it work, and technology's going, that can't work. And because of either database ties, bandwidth restrictions, security implications, or whatever. So we have to work very, very closely with them. And I think everything, all the way down to the teacher level, we need to look at the technology picture on a grand scope. And so that involvement is very, very critical. But I think that $400,000 move, is that what it was, Debbie? Yeah. $400,000 move out of the technology line items over to instruction is one of the reasons you might see a big difference there in the numbers that you may have seen from previous years. Our core infrastructure, as I mentioned, getting us out to the network is also end of life. You don't have to refresh network switches and these little access points that you see in the ceilings. You don't have to refresh those every 4 years. They generally have a better life cycle of 6 to 7. But we are at the end of life on almost all of it. And there's a lot of infrastructure out there. There are Category 2 monies that assist with that. I'm talking about E-rate funding. E-rate comes in 2 different categories, Category 1, Category 2. Category 1 gets you the internet to your front door. Category 1 does. Category 2 will give you the funding to actually move the internet through your building, the switches, the wireless access points, the networking topology, firewalls. So there are some monies that will help us, but we're on a matching percentage. Now, when you get E-rate funds, it's based on your free and reduced lunch count. We have a free and reduced lunch count in Powhatan County that it puts us on probably the worst end of the spectrum. We're on a 60-40 reimbursement. So if I buy $100,000 worth of network switches, we're on the hook for $40,000. I've seen districts be 90-10 or even lower than that. So there's a lot of thought about that. We have Category 2 funds that are sitting in our pool from previous E-rate allotments. We have not been able to use them because the funding for the 40% hasn't been there. So there are ways to kind of reduce the overhead, the capital expenditure of getting your network infrastructure upgraded, but there's an element there that we have to commit to. One of the big line items that I think you're going to see that I put in there is the cybersecurity element. Unfortunately, we are living in a new age, and we have all seen it, even since I've been here with the Power School incident. Cybersecurity is a multi-billion-dollar industry. The amount of revenue from cybersecurity crimes is the third largest economy in the world. So there is a reason for people to want to get into this. Drug cartels are even getting involved. And with what we saw with Power School, and Power School is a billion-dollar company with a massive IT team, even they got affected. Where public education, school districts, school divisions are a high priority target because there is a lot of personal information there, and they know that school districts are wide open. Most of them, the 90% of the school divisions, districts, don't have the resources to put in for technology that they should. Our technology profile, we have a lot of work to do. I mean, I can't overemphasize the amount of work we have to do in cybersecurity. So that $70,000, I think it was a $70,000 line item there, in yellow is going to reflect our first big step towards fixing that problem. The thing we have to realize anymore is ransomware to get in and code your data and make you write a check. That's kind of how ransomware got its foothold. Now it's the personal information. No longer are we the consumers on the internet. We are now the product. And for people to have our PII is, like I said, extremely lucrative to people in the wrong chair. So that's probably a high level that I've seen. I think we tried to reflect the lines in what monies we potentially have access to try to address all of those. But still, I think we're kind of falling short to get to where we need to be. So this represents probably our best possibility of trying to get things updated. I will speak, refreshing end user devices is also part of your cybersecurity profile. You'll know, maybe some of you have seen in the headlines that Windows 10 is going to be deprecated this next October. Well, if you don't have the latest operating system on your computer, then all of the patches that Microsoft hasn't fixed in that version are now security loopholes. And if you're running around with Windows 10, after October next year, your security risk goes up. But you can't just run out and grab Windows 11 because it has hardware requirements. Same thing is true for the firmware updates on our switches, on our servers, all of that. So that's probably the best thing I can tell you. What questions would you have?
Madam Chair? Okay, so I know cybersecurity is a critical issue. So this is a first step.
Yes, ma'am.
So is this going to be double authentication?
We need to put multi-factor authentication. Google calls it two-step
Yeah, two-step
verification.
double.
Yeah, whatever TLA you want to throw
Yeah.
at it. Yes, and that is going to be immediate. Whether it was in this year's budget or not, we're going to do it. We have to do it. That is the very first thing that anybody that comes in and does an audit for cybersecurity insurance asks you is, do you have MFA turned on?
Right.
Now, we have not tied our Google ecosphere directly to our Windows ecosphere.
Right.
What I'm trying to prevent is our end users having to use two different multi-factor authentication platforms. We're trying to get that merged. So right now, what I do for multi-factor authentication for logging into your computer cannot be transferred over to Google yet. And we're trying to find the best way to do that. But we need to get it done as quickly as possible. Yes.
So in addition to what would be the next step in cybersecurity that we're lacking?
Well, it's a multi-pronged approach. One, we have to get some hardware that we can get elements secure. So right now, we have such a disparate number of switch manufacturers. I don't have a common platform to create what's called a virtual LAN.
Okay.
You might have heard the term VLANs. And one of the things you can do with that, I'm great at making short answers long.
That's okay.
If you all remember 2019, I believe it was New Kent was hit by ransomware. And New Kent traced that back to the HVAC, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. We have it here.
Computer controls on that.
Right.
I
So
do
those-
remember that
yeah,
now.
So those outside contractors actually have elements of infrastructure on our network. And what you would normally do is you would VLAN that and say, okay, everything you're doing is behind a private wall. It can't see the rest of us. So part of this is also to get our infrastructure upgraded so I have a common management platform and a common manufacturer so I can get that VLAN more manageable. Right now, our VLAN utilization is extremely.
So basically, you want to build firewalls. It's kind of like, that's the old way that I learned it years ago, but barriers to protect that you can't, once you're in,
Right.
you can't get to other things, putting it in very layman terms.
Ultimately, what we'll work towards is what's called zero trust network architecture. And what that means is every single user in the division, student, faculty, all the way up to Dr. Teigen, with the zero trust network architecture, you only get access to this for this length of time or at this depth. That is pretty much probably one of the best things you can do. And we're trying to adopt new technologies and new platforms that will give us those abilities going forward. And then we just kind of turn these things on as we get the resources to light them up.
Okay, so that would be the second and third step.
That's going to be a part of it. We have the endpoint protection that we have on the devices is what's native to Microsoft. It's Windows Defender. It's not a bad product. But if you don't keep it updated and if you're not monitoring it, it's almost useless. I actually went out and grabbed another chunk of software and spun it up on a server to go out and look at everybody's devices. And we have Windows Defender updates that are probably 2 years behind. There's a lot of things that can happen. So it also includes management tools for us to get our hands on everything that we own in a much granular sense and give us a better picture. So we have to have a better endpoint detection and response. There are what it's called EDR, endpoint detection and response. And what it does is it's another type of the old day. I mean, we've all probably had Norton virus or McAfee, right, on our computers that have come from Best Buy or wherever it is. There are a number of those vendors now. And anymore, most of them are basically giving you a unified console to monitor every device that has that, but also a team out in the cloud that watches that traffic and will actually contact you and say, you need to take a look at this. That's called MDR.
Okay.
That's kind of expensive because once you put in more labor on it, the price goes up. But we are going to put in an EDR solution, a new EDR solution that there is one that works with Defender, but it's cost prohibitive with our budget.
All right, and the second part is on hardware, the kids' computers. They are abused a lot.
Oh, now we're getting back into the end user hardware and not cybersecurity. Yes, ma'am.
So if they didn't take it from the school, the younger kids, if they stayed in the classroom, we probably could save some money.
Every school division monitors what they call break fix. And that is, of your student fleet, what percentages of break fix do you have? Mm-hmm. I've seen school districts like in central Oklahoma City that had a break fix percentage of over 45%.
You said 35?
45.
45.
The school district I was at, we had 10 because we had a different demographic of students. Here we've got about 25 to 30%.
That seems awful high.
It is. It is. When you and so our current Chromebook contractor, Converge Technologies, formerly known as TIG, you've probably heard it. TIG, if you've been here for a while, we pay them three separate things. We pay them to use their software platform. That's about $35,000. We pay them to refresh our devices every summer because our fleet is aging, and so they need to be sent in, cleaned up, whatever, to get them updated and sent back ready for the year. But we also pay them for out of warranty
Work.
break fixes. We, to this date, from July 1 to this date, have paid TIG out of warranty repairs to the tune of $44,000. That's break fix. The majority of that is happening at one school.
Middle school.
Yes, ma'am. And that's not a Powhatan thing. I mean, I have a couple of director blogs that I belong to coast, and every one of them will tell you middle school backpacks. That's what's causing it. There are all alternatives. I'm seeing more and more directors now talk about, do we really need to be 1-to-1? Should we be 2-to-1? Maybe even 3-to-1 at the elementary levels. Do we need to let devices go home? Because that's where the breakage is happening. I had some pictures sent to me this morning that are rather shocking. But I can't make that decision as the IT director. I have to sit down and talk to the instructional team and say, look, if we go to carts at the middle school as a potential solution, and that would fix that $45,000 bill, what is the impact on instruction? So we have to work as a team to get to the best possible solution in terms of what we can buy, what we can afford to own, and how can we meet what we want to do with instruction. So that's got to be a team decision, but I will tell you that I've been in divisions where the middle school level had carts, and it worked brilliantly. It really did. And there are ways to work, with the building to allow checkup as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that
You bet.
update.
Other questions?
Is there a product out there where we could have a program that the kids could go home and log in on their home computer to access work assignments?
Absolutely. I mean, the majority of the budget you see that is in Dr. Stewart's, under Dr. Stewart now, almost all of those are subscribed platforms that are hosted and are out in the cloud. So you can access those from anywhere. I mean, they're not running through our firewall. We watch them in a kind of a roundabout way for safe use. But yes, students could do that. The other thing that you might consider, I've seen some districts do, is BYOD, bring your own device. I mean, most people coming in now are logging into the guest network, and if we VLAN a BYOD network, it really wouldn't matter, because just getting to internal resources, we don't have a lot that the students need. It's all out in the cloud. So yes, they could do it from their devices. I've seen kids write reports on their smartphones at 2 in the morning.
Are we looking at that kind of a program, though?
Once again, that's something I would need to talk to instruction about, because when you consider equity, during COVID, we all got a very, very good education on getting kids MiFis, the little mobile hotspots, to go home. Those work off of cell phone circuits, though. And we have areas in the county here that have horrible cell phone service. So giving a student a device to take home is not going to fix the problem. So you have to take a look at the equity issue of, even though we can do it in the cloud, does a student have the device at home? Does a student have the connectivity that they need?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Dr.
I know that Dr. Taylor can probably confirm what I'm going to share about Maggie Walker is that they have been a bring your own device division, and one of the price increases is because they are moving away from the bring your own device because of how difficult it is for the tech support in the building to try to help students when they're having an issue and can't get on for instruction, or when teachers are trying to help students. So, I mean, I know that's an issue that, they've done a bring your own device for, I think, the beginning of when they started with devices. Not sure exactly whether that was I would assume it was pre-COVID. But anyway, those are things I know we need to think about as we've watched some of our own peers in the region struggle with a bring your own device.
Wouldn't we also have to have some backup computers, though, to send home with students who had no service, no computer, none of that at home that it could, to possibly do their work.
Absolutely. Yeah, that would be an option. When we implemented, one of the places I was in the instructional training team. We did a soft rollout of a BYOD program, and it was purely voluntary. We sent home some notification to the parents, and we said, if you were allowed to send your child to school and bring their own device, would you opt into that? And we had about 32% of our parents that opted in with a demographic much like around here, and we had tremendous success with it. About the only place you would lose some functionality in terms of being in the classroom, having taught for 9 years, is we do have a platform that allows the teacher to see and control the screen of the student. That's one of the things you won't do in a BYOD program is say, well, we have to install all this stuff on your machine. That's a stone you do not want to turn over. So you do lose some functionality, but we would keep those devices. Yeah, it just reduces. I mean, if we could reduce our student hardware costs by 30% at some of the grade levels, I mean, that's a win. And we have to find every single win that we can. So it's just something that we all need to consider.
I think it makes sense to have the program that kids can go home, leave the school device here if they have a device at home, go home, log into it, be able to access their work at that point, and email it to their Chromebook at school if they didn't have access to print it off even. That would also work, right?
It could, yeah.
So that it would be on their device at school, and therefore transporting their home device to school wouldn't need to even happen.
Yeah, every student has a Google Drive, so when they're doing their work in that Google Drive, it doesn't matter where they are or whose device they're on, they can get to it. Yep.
Well, okay. Just trying to look at all the needs
lot of moving
of
parts.
all the students and what would work the best. Any questions?
I don't have a question, but maybe we need to look into the maturity level of the students in the middle school about taking their Chromebooks home. Maybe not the sixth graders until they can learn, and that might cut down on some of that replacement cost. I do like the bring your own device. I had a child that had she was in the ACA program, and for doing the multiple things that she was having to do, her Chromebook didn't do, but she wasn't allowed to take her personal computer because you can't see what she's doing on her. So but it does create some issues.
Maybe modification between middle school and high school.
Yeah,
We make that differentiation.
Yeah, the big time, if it's obviously the middle school, then we need to look at.
Another thing we've considered, and I brought a prop. You can't expect a technology guy to come without a prop, right? This is a teacher Chromebook. This is half the price of the laptops that you have in front of you. This would be an opt-in program. This is something I have to sit down and talk to instruction about. Again, I got to involve them. But we have a lot of teachers that do everything at Google. They don't do anything Microsoft. Why am I giving them an $1,100 laptop when I can give them one of those for $450? They just have to, swear that they'll never want anything Microsoft ever again. But there's no reason that teachers that are purely in Google for them to have a Windows-based device. So this could be an option. So I'm trying to take all of those considerations in when looking at what are we going to do for end-user devices, what programs can we implement, but I'm also taking a look at the cost of ownership. I mean, you have to do that. And when we get to the end of the COVID cliffs, that's just a glaring example. For example, our current firewall is 4 years old. To replace it is $50,000. One bitty thing that fits in the rack. I found one that will probably work better than that for less than $10,000, and the subscription model with it actually pays for the licensing for all of these devices going forward. So trying to find those platforms and those manufacturers that are going to give us a lower cost of ownership is critical. We have to do that.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Well, it seems like to me that deciding the balance between the technology and instruction, that needs to be like a committee effort or whatever to figure out where computers can be, not necessarily, you know what I'm saying? It needs
Yeah,
to be a collaborative process
Yes.
for us to evaluate every grade level, every subject, middle school and high school, to figure out what are the impacts if we change what we're doing, because to be fair to the instructional people, and then to look at the bottom line, because the bottom line is technology is not going to ever get cheaper. It's only going to get more expensive. And throw AI in there and really,
Oh, we haven't talked about that yet.
I know, but I'm just saying, really take a deep breath on that one. So, I mean, I think that's something right now in this budget cycle we can't worry about, but I think that needs to be an initiative
So, Member Hurd,
now.
you bring up a fantastic point. And I mean, I have the luxury just out of geography in the building here to be able to talk to the curriculum team on a really regular basis. One of my goals is to put together not only division-wide, but a community-wide, with community involvement, let's just say that, technology committee. I've done this in a couple of other districts, and it would include, building staff, counselors, teachers, the C&I team, board members, a community representative, students, and I've seen it work very well for building that overall picture of where we would like to go. I think that's very, very critical. Right now, I got a lot of the balls in the air, but that is a long time goal.
That's what I'm saying. So right now, but
Yeah.
that's being very transparent, and then
Absolutely.
whatever the decision is made, everyone had input, and it was the best solution that you could come to with the situation, the current situation at that point in time. And I think we really need to be looking at that this next 6 to 12 months to understand what the instructional needs are for technology, and where you can pull back technology, and maybe in the middle school they don't need to take their laptops home, because that seems like that costs us a lot of money.
It does.
Or either like tell them they got to have a steel case backpack or something.
Well,
So when they throw
That's
it
a
down.
weapon.
Of
That's a weapon.
our break fix budget, that $43,000, and we're not through the year yet.
Oh, I know. It's
About
February.
95% of it is at the middle school.
Yeah.
Do you know where we are as a county as to the input of the access to internet? Because they were gung-ho in laying it the last year and a half, 2 years. But have we come to a standstill? Have we completed the process? Does anyone that knows the answer to that can chime in?
I kind of kept up with that from being on the planning commission. They're behind. And the issues that the last I heard is they have the main things laid, but it costs so much to get it from the main things to your house. That people.
Like power lines?
Yeah,
Same
it's
thing.
like, that it costs them a fortune. And so people aren't able to afford it.
Right.
So there
Yeah.
should be some sort of educational grants, like if you have children in your home, that there should be some sort of assistance. Yeah, that would be a good General Assembly bill to write. But, that's going to be a problem because, and especially Michelle's district, District 5.
Well, there's dead spots all over the county, though.
Yeah, even in your district, District 2. I know.
Depending on how thick the woods are.
Madam
Well-
Chair.
Yeah, and one of the things that kind of threw a wrench in that, a new metric that has to be considered, is Elon Musk has flooded the sky with internet satellites. What's that?
The Skylink satellites.
Starlink.
You think
Starlink.
they're viable?
Yes.
What I've seen so far, they probably are, technology-wise, in terms of bandwidth. Dr. Taylor, did you tell me you had Starlink?
No, I know people who have Starlink.
Yeah.
Technically it's in her district.
I wonder if it's cost prohibitive. I haven't
But
seen
the guy I'm thinking of, he works from home, and he's something in computers, and he uses Starlink, because there's no fiber access out there on the western side of the county
Right.
as of yet.
One of the things that we have also entertained since I've been here is a joint build of a private fiber network from the west end to the east end, with taps along the way where the county could also get on. It would be a private fiber network. The special construction, and this is actually something that could be done through E-rate, but there are special construction costs initially. But when you take a look at where your return on investment is going to be, probably about 4 or 5 years, you now have private fiber that you don't have the recurring costs on. So
Wow.
But you got to have the initial money to do
Yes,
it, and
it's, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I can tell you the answer to that one.
May I ask you a question?
Yes, yes, Dr. Taylor, question.
Mr. Mecca, the way I understand it, I've got a fourth grader. The way I understand it, none of our elementary students take their computers home. Is that correct?
Which ones?
Elementary.
I believe we have some schools that are sending devices home with fifth graders on a,
On
not on, as a mandatory
occasion.
requirement, but on a regular
certain
basis.
assignments would necessitate it, maybe.
I believe so, sir.
Yeah, but I know my fourth grader does not bring her computer home as of yet.
I have seen some differences in the schools as to what schools are allowing devices to go home and which ones aren't.
Yeah, but for now, for the vast majority
most
of our
part,
students
no.
at that level, we're not one-to-one from a standpoint of taking it home. We're one-to-one in the class.
Yes, sir. Yeah, the ratio is just student device, whether it's a one-to-one carry model or a one-to-one classroom model. Our elementary schools are designated as a one-to-one classroom model.
Yes. What I'm hearing there, you're not seeking to make a decision on whether or not we're going to implement all this in this budget season, right? As we talk about some of these things,
Yeah, I'm
you're
looking
still
at.
too early to make a decision. You're talking about FY27, right? On some
Yes,
of these.
well, we'll put the immediate finger in the dike with that $70,000 line item that you see there.
I'm talking more of bring your own device type thing. You know, that sort of
Oh,
dilemma.
that's
That
something that's
can't
gonna
be
have to be-
decided
yeah.
this spring, right?
Yes,
We're
sir. Yes, sir.
too far into this process.
No, it'll be 2 or 3 years down the
Yeah,
road.
I personally don't think the bring your own device is the best plan because not everyone's going to be able to afford a device, and that student is at a disadvantage. I think there's some problems there. I like us having a computer for our students to work on, a Chromebook to work on. Whether or not they take it home is a decision, I guess, that your team and the instructional team would work together to determine what's best use. But bring your own device just seems problematic. I mean, as Dr. Tigan alluded to or mentioned, Maggie Walker has seen that, and from their standpoint, and maybe it's the complexity of that certain school and all the different things they're doing, the hardware doesn't always match up to the software that the school has, and so that's why they're moving into that. So I would think that we would have some of those same issues. But I think I agree with you. I believe we do need to fund our cybersecurity and get all of our hardware replaced. It's the cost of doing business. So we're at that point where we're going to have to fund this stuff again and keep it up maybe better than we have in past years.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with it totally.
Any other questions?
I do. So the $400,000, that is to, again, to replace devices and purchase new ones, is that right?
Yeah, I think we have it kind of chopped up between both teacher devices and student devices.
Okay. So, because I like the discussion that we're having and the direction that it's going to.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I missed that.
I said I like the direction of the discussion, that we're heading in that direction. I would prefer not to have elementary take those devices home as well. I like the 1-to-3 ratio. I think we're really trying to, as a board and as Ms. Stewart, instructional, trying to go back more towards textbooks and using computers when we really need them, researching, et cetera, not actually doing your work on the computer. So if we were to continue this conversation as to how we want to purchase and or we're not going to purchase, but if we were to go ahead and approve that, then of course we could just not spend those funds, and we could either use those somewhere else in our computer technology area and or even just give back.
Yeah,
So-
we've already done that a couple of times, I think, is made requests to move. Now, what I have mapped out for Dr. Tigan and for Mrs. Holloway is just a 4-year regular rotation plan. Get on a year A, B, C, and D rotation. And so we know every year, every ninth grader is going to get a device for them to carry through high school. And then, we're going to do 1 and 6 and 2 and 7 and that kind of a thing, plus a quarter of our staff. if we can do that, the transition to that is the hardest part. But once you get on that, it helps us know that every year I'm just going to have to spend a combined and aggregated maintenance of $500,000 a year. And because it helps in budgeting and it helps in the regular recycling of those devices. And so we've got that mapped out. We're trying to get to that point. There'll be some bumps on the way.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Anyone else with questions? Start with
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Here we go. School board closing comments. Ms. Ward, you want to start?
Sure. I would just like to thank everyone with their input, and I hope everyone is pleased this particular year that I didn't have as many questions as I did last year, which means I'm learning. We're adding to the network of resource and information. And I also like the fact that even though we have gone through this process, that of course as the board members, we should still go back and discuss some of these things and to make sure that we're really clear and comfortable before we vote and approve it. So, but thank you for everyone and all their input.
Dr. Taylor.
Just a simple thank you for all that you've done and all the labor you put in over the last several weeks, if not months, to make this happen. So we are definitely appreciative.
Mrs. Wade.
Just want to say thanks, give a little kudos to Ms. Holloway for making this much more streamlined and working out a lot of kinks and things like that. And maybe next year we can take this to one day. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
And Mrs. Hart.
I have a quick question. So this sheet, all of this has been included in the current budget?
Right side. The right side.
Wait a minute, this side, the cheaper side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
It's already in the file.
so this is in the budget? Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood that clearly. And we have included a 3% raise across the board for everybody. Okay, and I hope that whatever avenue we have to take, that we work on controlling our legal costs because it is a big percent of our budget. And I really appreciate in the future really looking at our technology because technology is super expensive. It's not just schools, it's in any organization. And obviously we want our kids to use technology appropriately, but that's really important. And my last thing that, I still hope that we're catching all the kids that have that are dyslexic, because that really worries me. I hear things that kids get pretty far in school and haven't been identified, and that worries me. But y'all have done a fabulous job. Y'all covered all the bases, answered a lot of questions, and we're very fortunate that we have such a stellar, top-rate staff, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, all of you, for your hard efforts that you put in. Those who spoke, those who came, that didn't get a chance to speak, we still appreciate the work that you do behind the scenes. And, turn my mic on, maybe you can hear me. There you go. Thank you again, and we will see how it all works out. Let's move on to public comment period. Ms. Eggleston, did anyone sign up? Do we have anybody?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd also like to go ahead and make an announcement since this is being recorded that I believe on February 24th at 6 p.m., we're going to be scheduling here at the Landmark Center a public discussion for this workshop, for the budget workshop. So I encourage everyone in the community, because unfortunately I have constituents that reach out to me after the fact and state that they didn't know and they weren't aware. So This is a plea and an opportunity for you all to come and ask questions in a very informal atmosphere, not just coming up to the podium and speaking and not being able to have information back to you. So that'll be February 24th. I think we said either 6 or 6:30.
6:30, and it'd only be 2 board members because Miss Wade is out of town.
And we'll have support people here as
I
well.
might be out of town with her. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so do not show up February 10th?
Yes, take that off. We're not doing February 10th, 24th here. It's more centrally located. People can, we need something centrally located in the central of the county like Flat Rock, but we don't have that, so we're going to go for this.
Okay, so let's go back and recap that because the change in date is new information coming forward. So what day of the week is the 24th?
So the change information came in regards from the logistics in the superintendent's office and such. So I believe, Beth, Dr. Tigan, the 24th works for everyone?
That's what you all said you wanted, yeah.
Yeah.
She was at work.
It had not been posted as of yesterday for.
It's too short of.
Yeah.
It's too short of a time frame to do Monday to really get people, and then it gives us an opportunity to get everything finalized.
So that takes care of Dr. Tigan being here, and Ms. Eggleston, you're available as well? Excuse me?
I don't know if I hate to make Sheila come out at the evening because we're just going to sit at tables and let people ask us questions and write down their questions. And Dr. Tigan said she'd be here to open the door for us, and Dr. Tigan can probably answer questions too for the people as well. And since it's only 2 of us that will be here.
So no other board members are invited?
Well, they're invited, and and I figured if we want other board members to attend, that we could just, only have 2 present in the room and one, somebody could leave so that it would not be an issue, that would be 2 there. So if other board members would like to do it, that's awesome. And we could have 2 of us here for 30 minutes and those 2 leave because you'll be out of town.
But are the answers going to be consistent with what the
We're
other
not
board member?
answering, that's the thing,
Oh.
we're not answering questions. We're just taking writing their concerns
Okay.
and letting them see what has been done so far.
So you're not, y'all aren't speaking, y'all are just going to be sitting there?
We're just sitting there letting people
And
talk
not
to us and tell us their concerns and write them down.
Okay. Because it can make you a little uncomfortable if there's not multiple school board members. Because if this is like y'all's coffee talk, that's fine, but it's representative of all of us, but all of us are not going to be present.
We just moved it from where we were doing it in churches.
Right.
To make it more accessible for people.
Right.
And we just said if other people would like to join in with us, we would figure something out so everybody could be involved. But this is just a simple time to come in and tell us your thoughts on the budget. And we're going to refer people to board docs. I might try myself to print out some of Debbie's wonderful presentations that people can look at, hard copies. I'll just do it myself personally, to look at what Debbie's put out on public so people can see it. And because people have trouble finding our board docs for whatever reason.
I'm just uncomfortable with it being, this is where we have our meetings where all of us are here and it's a representative of all of us.
Well, we can go to a church.
I mean, it just, I don't want the public to be confused that this is a representation of everybody on the school board when there's only 2 members of the school board that are present
Well, the reason.
and not speaking.
Well, we would have done it formally with everybody, but only people didn't want to do it, so it just ended up being a smaller number.
But
that's fine. If y'all don't want us to be here the 24th,
I'm just expressing my concern.
Sure, we can find another location. Churches are always happy to have us come.
Well, I like the idea of being here at Landmark Center. My people in District 5 feel that this is a more central opportunity. So, I mean, if I chose, let's say, Company 2 Fire Station and reserve that's on the furthest end of the district for my people, and they've already voiced their concern. They're not coming. So I can get them here. And I think it would be great if we can have, if y'all are in town, this is what we're trying to encourage.
And then we'll make it
But-
appropriate.
And if we needed to, we could even go to like a different room. So like, if I had 10 people show up for District 5,
You could write your questions down
right,
in
my
another
10 people,
room.
we could go into another room.
It's just a way of being transparent, because people have expressed to Michelle and I both that they don't feel comfortable coming to school board meetings because they don't get any answers.
Right, but only Beth is going to answer the questions, right?
Well, we're not answering questions. That's the thing. How we've always run these, of course, you haven't been to any of these, because you weren't, but Michelle and I've done, we don't answer anything. We take their question down. When the people come
You
in.
don't discuss it with them at all?
No, we basically say, okay, what's your concerns? And we write them all down. So they can tell it to our face, and we'll say, okay, we'll find out information and get back with you.
So the meeting is going to be recorded?
No, because it's not a formal meeting of the school board. It's just something that,
I just want to express, I just don't feel comfortable with it.
okay, well, that's fine. We can go to the fire station. That's not a problem. I'm sure we can get Station 2, because we're citizens. And
Yeah, you can.
and a lot of school boards do this, that have small number of members meet with people to just have simple discussions, because people don't like, obviously, they don't like come standing at a podium. They feel very uncomfortable on a mic and everything, and they just like to sit at a table and talk to
Right.
you. And that's why we do the Dunkin' Donuts thing,
Right.
and we've done other, because people like to just come and they show up and plop down and
Right.
tell us stuff, and we go, okay, and we write volumes what they're saying and try to get their answers. It's just it's what congressmen and
Oh,
senators.
I agree. I know what congressmen and senators, I agree
have an
100%.
office. It'd be great if we had an office where people could come and have office hours that they could talk to you, but we don't have that
Right.
set up.
No.
So that would be really nice, but we don't have that kind of setup. But this is just a place, and then a lot of people work, unfortunately.
Right. I didn't have a problem with the date or the time at all. I think I've said, it's representative of the entire school board when it's only two school
Well,
board
no,
meetings.
whenever we do this, we never represent it as the entire school board.
But being in this location, but whatever is the will of the rest of the board.
Well, if y'all don't want us at this location, Michelle, I'm sure Company 2 will be happy to host us.
Yeah.
Or you can ask Germano
That's
to
just
find
my
a
opinion.
church.
Yeah, I don't see why there's a problem with the Landmark Center. We open this room up to anyone else.
And that way it
really-
would save Beth and Sheila from having to come in.
Well,
And
Well, y'all do know that our public hearing is the next night, the 25th, right?
yeah, but once again, it's a public hearing. The people stand up, they say their piece.
Well,
and
they can sit down. We could set it up so they could sit down at a table if
would that
they'd
make it
rather
more
sit down at a table and speak to the board, because
But the fact is, when people are sitting up on a dais like this, it's like a power play for people. Like, oh, we're looking over you. We're not your equal. We're not sitting at the table, and we really want to have dialogue and hear your concerns.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry there are people in our community that feel that way,
Well,
because it's, I will say this, I didn't see any of the public comments periods go lacking of speakers for the Board of Supervisors. And I expect going forward for their budget meetings,
the
they're
Board of
going to, they're going to see more people come in to make comments. I would hope that our community members could feel more at ease and come in to speak. And if it's standing at a podium versus, so we could set up a table where they could sit at. That's, if that would give them enough comfort.
Madam
to
Chair,
speak.
the Board of Supervisors do have these meetings. All the Board of
I
Supervisors
know.
have been having individual and two at a time meetings with their constituents and the public, discussing different situations that have come up. But that's fine, if you guys,
I've not gotten any invitation from my District 2 person.
well, your person,
For
your
a
person-
budget information.
we're not budget
discussion.
I'm saying on other topics.
Oh, other topics,
Yeah,
yes,
and
we're
they're
talking
getting ready
budget.
to do the budget. They're
Yeah.
just beginning the budget process. But Michelle and I, if you guys don't feel comfortable, it's fine. We can find a place. That's not a problem. We have connections.
Well, I'm just trying to make it convenient for the constituents in my district.
And we're just trying to meet people.
This makes it here.
That
so.
work, and they liked how we were doing it at like 7 o'clock at night, which I know that's late, that they can get home and then come, and they like that. Because we aren't convenient, where you live is not always convenient to where you work, and it takes you a little time to get home. So we've just always tried to be as available as we could so people could share their concerns with us. That's all we've tried to do. And I understand people have fear of getting up and speaking on a mic or standing at a podium.
So can I just re-clarify, why is there an issue for us meeting here?
I'll repeat my issue. My issue is if you're doing an only two-person meeting here in this place where we have our regular school board meetings, are the public going to be confused as to, is this representative of the entire school board or just two members of the school board? And see, you keep saying dialogue that you're going to be having with people.
Well, that's just, you say, yes, I understand that.
So,
those are my two concerns. That's all I have.
okay, so in my opinion, I don't think, especially if we advertising it properly, it's a town hall, just as we've been advertising as a town hall discussion, and
With
whether.
District 1 and 5.
With
but all
District 1 and
invited.
5, and if District 3 wants to come, or District 4 wants to come, that's fine too.
We'll divide up into
We can
two
even go into
rooms.
different, do rooms, but, I don't see where not allowing utilization of the Landmark Center here, especially if we advertise
Then
it
you have
properly.
to also have Sheila and Beth come down, or Dr. Tigan come down and open it and be here, although, so
Well,
that's
Dr.
just-
Tigan, we've actually had some great conversations, I'd love to have her here. I'm sure some of the community
Well,
might like to have her
Dr. Tigan
here.
is pretty appreciated in the community.
yeah.
My husband being chair of the PLI, they really appreciated her being there discussing, and I know some other of our administrators are going to be joining my husband in PLI, and the public.
Yeah, it gives excuse me, Ms. Hurd, it gives
Go ahead.
the opportunity for the people to actually get to know Dr. Tigan as well, from a human perspective, and not from just the superintendent, dominion.
But like I
So-
said, Michelle and I've been doing this now for well over 2
dead
years.
horse.
I'm fine with finding another location and doing it. And we even have other school board members from other localities show up and attend ours. And we even have politicians show up that we were surprised at, weren't we, Michelle, one night? Like, holy cow. But anyway, I want people to be engaged and want to solve the issues with education and budgets. And educating them on our needs is the way to go. That's,
Again, you're just beating a dead horse.
I know.
I got it.
I'm just defending myself here.
I didn't say anything personal against you. I was just stating my uncomfortable with the situation.
And I have confidence in our community. I think as long as we advertise it properly, that it's a town hall discussion, you can meet and greet a couple of your school board representatives, and if Dr. Tigan would love to be a part of it, that would be awesome as well. And just leave it at that. We have intelligent citizens.
Michelle, we don't need, you and I'll figure out where we're going to do it, so don't worry, Well, let's adjourn and go.
But I mean, like I said, it's a board decision. I would assume it's a board decision.
Well,
It's not necessarily a board decision. It's not a decision. I mean, it's going to take place. We're just using this particular
Right. I think it's a
location.
Board decision for this location, I would assume.
Well, that's, okay, that's fine. Michelle, we'll find another location and we'll do our own advertising. No problem.
All right. Public, stay tuned. Opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Taylor, for bringing that to my attention.
No, I just wanted to thank everyone for the time that they spent just getting ready for today. This has been a months-long process and a very painful one at times for Mrs. Holloway and yes, and Susan as well, as far as just trying to, it's like herding cats to get us to get our ideas together and prioritizing what those expenditures are and being able to justify within our cabinet, what is truly needed to move the division forward. And I do appreciate the board being willing to give up 2 days, but I think we'd all be in agreement that next year, based on the fact that we've done this, I think this is really the 4th year for the board, is that we've got it down where we can reduce this time and so better honor people's time. So we'll make notes to plan that for next year, and look forward to continuing through the budget process. And I will look forward to seeing everyone on Tuesday nights for the board meeting. Yes. We don't need any more snow. We've missed enough days of school.
No bad weather, no bad weather, please. It can stay cold, but just keep the weather up north. All right, so I guess we're done talking for today. This meeting is adjourned, 1:05.
It's not.